want to like, just living in the moment, because I think a lot of people can be like that, especially like if you're running your own business, because it is like just a 24/7. I don't doubt that I'm going to be like, obviously answering some shit, but for the most part, my stuff is going to be taken care of. I'm in a good timeline right now where like usually I'm like scrambling to get shit cleaned up and all this stuff, and like especially like I try to always clean my place before I leave it, like because it's so nice to come back when it's like clean. And so I actually have time to do that. Um, as we get into this, I'll talk more about like the agency and shit, and like how much, like how fucking like how much work that shit is, bro. And I like just where everything is at, because just free ball and everything, but it's been fucking sick, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, bro. I'm kind of doing the same thing where it's like clerical work where you're like cleaning up, mental task load. Open feedback loops is what I'd call it. Like you have a
Yeah,
tub to clean, you got dishes in the sink, the cat box is dirty, you have a couple brand reviews over your head, and like your room's dirty, your laundry's not folded, and then all these things like stack up and they affect your. It's like clutter, mental clutter that actually affects your
yeah,
claircognizant, I think.
yeah, bro.
But
No, 100%. It definitely is a reflection of like what's going on around you. I'm big on like I can have stuff be like messy, like there's like messy and then there's like dirty, and then like once you get to dirty, bro, like that's just when everything like else kind of can start falling like through the cracks. Um, and so like thankfully I live in a smaller space, so like um, it's like easier to kind of manage stuff, but I still got everything sometimes all over the place. Right now it's fairly clean, but
one thing
you
I've
know
got going, and like I don't know, I'm not diagnosed autistic, but I think I am. But like my samples and my products are, it's just absolutely chaotic. It looks like a mess, but I know like, if I needed to find something, I know exactly where it
all
is in this mess.
all you need to
Let
do,
me just
bro.
snipe it
All that
out,
matters.
dude.
All
It's
that fucking
hilarious.
matters.
But let's rock this out. Let's intro it real quick.
Of course, bro. Yeah, no, I want you to do your thing.
Dude, we've been
And
going. We've been
okay,
going
yeah,
actually.
I know exactly. So I want you to do the
So
intro and everything you do here.
welcome back to the Living Good with Jakeb Livengood podcast, all things entrepreneurship, personal development, faith. We have an incredible guest here today. This is Jake Austin. This guy is an absolute legend. He's crushing it. And actually, funny thing, not necessarily to the intro, just to talk to you about it. I thought I was being punked when we met. The circumstances of meeting, I go to this gym every day for the last 3 years, and I'm there 3, 4 hours a day, mostly because I'm just talking with people, a lot of conversations. And we are in the sauna and we start talking. You're like, yo, my name's Jake. I do UGC. And I'm like, dude, that's hilarious. Like, who put you up to this? I'm being punked because my name's Jake and I do UGC. So, like, there's no way. And it turns out it's legit. And we talked, what, 2.5, 3 hours just chopping it
Bro,
up, high level business stuff.
a minute out of the sauna, just yapping. It was sick.
Dude,
A lot of fun. Always meeting some people, like especially as I get into this, meeting people that are in this because we work online. So it's kind of interesting when you meet people in real life that are like doing it. I'm truly grateful to find those people because, as especially getting more into this, it can be, you can fall into that moment of like not being able to relate with some people, that don't do it. And it's like, you can't, but people are interested in it, but not to like, where you can talk about it. So I'm always really appreciative of meeting people like that. So it was such a fun conversation, bro.
yeah, bro. I actually have that struggle severely, like especially when I go to my job, which I call an occupational slave ship because it's just like a cosmic joke. But
Yeah,
like
bro.
the people that are trying to engage me in conversation, it's like they want to talk about sports or the weather or clubbing, and I'm like, bro,
Yeah,
this is
bro.
mind noise to me. I don't know the first thing, bro. You want to talk to me about business, strategizing, life plans, like fitness, I'm all in. But other than that, I don't really care. Respectfully,
Mm,
I don't care.
yeah,
But dude, I
100%.
wanna start because I like to structure things as health, wealth, love, and happiness. I
Let's
want to
run it.
start
Yeah.
first with like the synopsis of what got you into not necessarily UGC, but what got you into sort of outside of the financial matrix where you were looking for other avenues of generating income streams for yourself outside of the traditional norm. What kind of got the ball rolling on that?
All right. Fire. Great question. Great start, dude. So, okay, so let's see here. I grew up, I grew up in a very financial literate home.
Lucky.
I like money was a big, I mean, still kind of is like, sometimes it's kind of been like an issue. I was very fortunate, to have, my parents, my dad, he did the corporate thing, but he had some success and he, you know, financial literacy was just very stressed, like growing up. Maybe a little too much, but it was always an important thing. And I grew up. I always knew I when I was in high school, I was doing dumb stuff like freaking selling things I probably wasn't shouldn't have been selling,
Same.
and but I swear, in every but dude, in every drug dealer or maybe you're selling alcohol or whatever, like there's an entrepreneurial mind behind it, at the core of it, and hopefully they can get off that path, and I'm very happy that I was able to, and do it when I was a minor and not an adult, when there's real consequences. Um and so I went to school. I knew in high school I kind of was like, I knew a little bit about like drop shipping and wholesaling I was looking into, and I, just like watching a lot of videos and, um, just moments throughout my life that have been deemed, leadership has kind of opened my mind a little bit. And I got to school. I knew that it was kind of just checking the box. I knew what I was going to do. Then I got into music. The music industry is very, just as a creative in general, very, you have to be very entrepreneurial minded. I think just if you're going to be a creative, in general. And so I was doing that. I realized kind of how that game's played, at least on like like the machine level, and then like the independent artist level. And I was like, doing the social media. And dude, what changed my life was I was playing a gig and I met a guy, changed trajectory of my life, like for many reasons. Um, Playing a gig, I met a guy who, it was here in Gilbert, a place called Mad Hatter Kava. This guy lives in Gilbert, and I think we met once, and then the second time we met, I think I February 2024, or 20, yeah. And I meet this guy, and he says, he talks to me about like real estate, and I was interested in wholesaling, but I never knew what. I didn't get too deep into it, and I couldn't understand it when I was doing it myself when I was younger. I never actually did it. I just watched videos, and then he said, um, he was like, I was like, "Oh, what do you do for work?" And he's talked about wholesaling. He talked about wholesaling small businesses, and stuff like that. And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." We talked that one time, and he was just like, dude, he literally was like, dude, I know kids that are your age, that are making X, Y, and Z. And I was like, damn, bro, like for real. Cause I always saw the internet money, but I was like, dude, if you don't understand it, like if you haven't like broken through, you think it's a scam.
It sounds like
And
noise.
what's up?
It sounds like noise because it's beyond comprehension for what most people believe is
Yeah.
feasible.
Yeah, bro. And like, and so like, but he talks about wholesaling and stuff like that. And he's in a group called Subject Two and getting to take over someone's mortgage and all this savvy stuff. And I was like, yo, that sounds sick. Like, so then we always were, I always wanted to meet back up. He was busy. We didn't, really talk as much. But then I went on my own, and I was just starting to do research on wholesaling again. I was like, dude, I want to create a business. Like, I need some sort of skill. I need to learn a skill. That was my
Dude,
thing. And
real
that's kind of how I opened that door of learning just how to, a skill set that can be monetized, like learning that aspect of knowing that you need to learn a skill. It
yes.
was at that moment.
I because we had such a long conversation in the gym, I know the context in my mind and I'm trying to formulate how I'm going to add it to the podcast. But you said that was in 2021, your first touch point, you started into real estate, you got that mentor. How old were you when that happened? I already know the answer, but for
So that
context.
was in excuse me, that was in when I met with him, that was 2020. What was it? 2024.
Okay.
2024 when I met him. So I was 20,
Yeah.
20 years old. I wasn't 21 yet. I turned 21 in April. I met him in February, and then we didn't talk for maybe 6 months, maybe 4 or 5 months. And I went and did my own research. And I remember he showed me his hat at the time and had a peace sign on it. And I always forgot what he was talking about. But as I'm doing my research, I find the same symbol. And I was like, oh, dude, and I message him. We connect again. I'm a big, like, I'll just throw myself in stuff. So I really just threw myself into that. I got connected with a group that taught me exactly like what to do as far as calling. Before you know it, you're in the depths of it. You're in the valley of despair, and you learn that it is a much more difficult than it seems.
Yeah.
But I was like, but what really opened it for me, bro, was when I closed my first real estate deal. And it was like everything after that made sense because I was working so hard, and I would look, dude, I'd have a mirror on the side of my thing, and I'd be like, and I'd look at myself and I'd say, dude, I think I wholesaled. Now, if I did it again, if I had more, like now that I have, more capital, I have more experience, I understand that concept of spending money to make money. At the time, what I was doing, it was very difficult for me to achieve success just with the resources I had at the time, but it was still possible. And I would look at myself, bro, and say, dude, when the hell am I going to make money from this, bro? But like you get 5 months into it and you're like, dude, now I just need to prove to myself, like, or else this is going to be all for nothing.
Yes.
And I won't see the good out of this. And then I closed my first deal. I closed 2 more shortly after. And those one, and that changed just like a light bulb, like a gear, like almost like I shifted myself into like a new reality
It
because I
fundamentally made
did
it
something
real.
that yes, bro.
Yeah. Dude.
Yes, bro.
Dude, so you are a young guy, and a lot of people operate on this sort of sheepish mentality where like, oh, well, I'm kind of risk adverse. It sounds risky. There's no guarantee pay there. It, from your perspective, a young guy, and I know it's taboo, but just briefly touch pointed in there. How much money through your UGC, which stands for User Generated Content Agency, are you making monthly revenue right now?
So I'll give you and I'm cool with talking about this. I'll give you because I have 2 streams with the UGC. I have the agency side, and then I have my content. Um, so revenue for my content, I'd say total, um, it'd be split between the revenue for the agency is probably, let me think here. Um, maybe around 22 plus 3, maybe around 14 to 15 a month.
Yep.
MRR.
Yep.
And then for the content, probably around it, obviously it's different, if every month's
Fluctuates.
different. It's been fairly consistent since August, and we are in Q4. Anywhere, from 10 to just hit my biggest month this past month. They actually had to split up my payments, but as far as year to date, from June when I started to now, so 5 months ish, almost 6 months. I'm probably at around 74,000.
So with a
In
monthly MMR over multiple 5 figures, going back to the risk thing, is it more risky? Because from my perspective, I'm 28. Okay, I've been in this game for 9 years. I've made over $3 million. I would personally say it's more risky to go get an occupational slave ship that's paying you 15, 18, $22 an hour and just float on by. This is what I'm going to do. That's way more risky
yeah,
than learning a skill set or a service and executing on it until it works. Is that not accurate?
no, that is 100% accurate, and the world's just moved on so quick that culture, I think, is still needs to catch up. For people that aren't as in tune with their own self awareness. I absolutely think it is. I think that if you like you could maybe, you get a job and you'll make whatever. But if you're willing to sacrifice, however many months, I mean, dude, even like, I mean, dude, for both of us, even like a year is not that much time. A
No.
lot can happen in a year. A lot can not happen in a year too, though. That's the thing. But like, dude, I mean, you sacrifice even 6 months, like whatever, to learn something. Like if I told my brother, bro, like, because he just transitioned into this business stuff, and I'll get into that. But I tell him like, well, dude, would you rather what if I told you you're not gonna make any money for 6 months, but after that, like you'll make 10K a month or whatever. You'll have the skill set to at least do it. That's what I don't value money as like my value. It's just like a tool, because if you took away all my money, like I would know what to do, because I have the skills and I have the experience now, especially with UGC. That's what I love about UGC, because you can get a portfolio, bro, and it's just like a snowball effect of like, you know what
Prove
I
to
mean?
brands, hey, look, I can do this.
Yes, bro. And it's
Dude,
like, yo, like, here's what I stand for. Here's the hey brand. Like, here's my proof. Here's my proof. This is my content. And then like, you know what I mean? Like after that, then you're not having to survive anymore. You can create, and you can be in more of like a flow state mindset on it every single day. That's going to compound, and that'll change your life more than, any job that's and I'm like, dude, if you're happy with what you're doing, by all means, bro. But like, most people aren't. That's the thing. And so like, but then they'll make up excuses and why they're not, satisfied with where they're at. That's fine if you're not, but like, understand that if you want to get out of that, then like you have to change. And most people aren't willing to do that.
limiting beliefs are easy to buy into. And to go back to what you said, dude, I it's so counterintuitive, but I tell my students as well. I specialize in helping level 0 and level 1 entrepreneurs scale. And when I tell
Mm.
someone that's never done anything on the internet before, dude, it's not about the money. Like I want you to be input focused, not output driven. And they're like, bro, you just said I just paid you to teach me how to make money online, and now you're saying I'm not trying to make money. And I'm like, bro,
No,
you need to be focused on learning it, and what you should be focused on is building up a portfolio, have this skill acquired, and then the money is like a result that happens by accident because you get good. Another thing
yes.
off of what you just said, which so hit with me, and I literally, this was from our conversation in the gym, and I made a TikTok about this and I posted on IG as well because it's so huge, bro. Most people are stuck in unconscious incompetence in the financial matrix, i.e., that meaning that their lifestyle expenditures are at or higher than their earned income from their occupational slaveship, their job,
Mhm.
just over broke. And when you're in this gap, you're in survival mode, and you can only unlock, you can touch it briefly, the creative mind. You can get in like a flow state for a couple hours, right? And like really unlock some creative work, but you can only fully unlock this thing where you're fully in the creative state of mind permanently after you've escaped financial serfdom. Once you're out of the financial matrix, you have that baseline covered. That's when now your creative unlocks, and now you can
Mhm.
10x what you're doing because you're not worried about surviving. You're just like, all right, I'm in go mode, dude. I'm go, go, go.
Exactly, bro. Because you got to make decisions on the fly, and you can't be worrying about, like just the basics. You got to live. I 100% agree, bro. Like, um, I think, and and you play this race of like, and I thought about this when I was in school, because like I started wholesaling also because I was like, okay, dude, I need to learn a skill because I don't know what I'm gonna do after college. Like my senior year, I was like, dude, I mean, I'm gonna graduate. I had a dog GPA. I was like, I recovered a little bit, but I mean AI and shit. But like, you know what I mean? Like it's like, okay, check the box, whatever. Like, okay, but what are we gonna do here? And so that's why I got into wholesaling, and then a couple other gigs that were like independent contractor work that just like opportunity came to me, and I grabbed it by the balls, um and I had no money. I was like, dude, I have no money. Like this, I got some opportunities, and I was able to get a little bit of bread. Um, and then, um, and then like, yeah, I mean, just, I was like, dude, I need to learn a skill. I need to learn like how to do something. I need to get in this mindset of like, because if I get in a position where I have to go to a place for 40 hours a week, like, and that's like I have to survive. It's It's going to be like, then we're playing two battles because then I got to do the 9 to 5 to 5 to 9 thing. And like, that is so it's difficult. It makes this more, this is hard enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, like you need to have a mental strength to do this each and every day. Like when I pray, I like, that is like, I'm big on just mindset, and to be able to have to essentially, when you would get in a position of a 9 to 5, then you are like, okay, there's 8 hours where I have to do this because I need to survive. Okay, well then I got to come home exhausted, and I got to forge a way for me to be able to make a 5 to, my 5 to 9, so that I can, and I have to also, I'm relying on this income that's going to be there no matter what, versus, what I'm creating to make, even though I probably will make more, it's a very shifting gear. And I was very mindful that I was like, dude, I just, like, I need to learn how to do something. I was struggling so hard, bro. I was just like, this is the hardest I've ever worked on something ever when I was wholesaling, bro. And I was like, I'm not giving up until I close a deal, bro. Because like, dude, 99% of wholesalers never close a deal. So like, I was like, dude, this is not like, I'm in this freaking, I'm just sitting in my room for 40 hours a week. My roommates be hearing me on calls and stuff. And like maybe even more, bro. And I'm like, dude, this is so hard. This is so hard. And obviously it's a very saturated, market. There's a few things that you can do to get around it. Like I said, depending on the resources, your skills, your knowledge, and your, either relationships to knowledge, or relationships to either people or money, determines how fast you can move in whatever business you're, doing. And it was just like, and then I got a very, I had a very big deal with this other gig, it essentially changed my life in March. And I basically was, essentially, I received a very big check. But if I had received that a year prior or whatever, even though I grew up in that financial literacy, all of that wholesaling paved up, in my opinion, a beautiful foundation, at least in my experience now. And obviously you're still, I'm still creating a foundation, but as far as getting into this space where there's not as much competition, and I was, going ham and getting paid nothing, to then going ham and like, there's a lot of opportunity if you hustle. That paved the way with a little safety net that I had. And then, dude, that essentially my goal for this year was to basically try to make more from content than this check, which let's just say it was a lottery with extra steps. Okay, it was a business plan that I executed with no guarantee that it was going to work, and it ended up working more than I freaking ever thought it was going to. And I'm on track to make more from content this year than that. And that meant a lot to me, because I was like, even though I planned that thing, and it was a very lucky thing. I had other people involved with it that weren't nearly as set up with it, but but basically I was like, well, dude, this, proved internally to me, because it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, but to me, I was like, all right, like, I've, not that I didn't earn it, but I've earned it to the sense of, hey, like, I can, even just out of school, being able to make what I've made from content, been super blessed, and been able to, I mean, dude, I know people working, dude, my brother was working in Southern California, and 40 hours a week, 160 hour to work, hour back. Okay, so now we're like, okay, factor that in too. So, dude, like 50 before tax.
Yep.
And it's like, dude, you can't even survive off of that. Not like, at least like, it's going to be tight in Orange County, Southern California, bro. Like everyone in his like job too, bro, was, they were going like the next level was like, go to law school and become a lawyer. He was writing demand letters, and he's talked about doing that. But I tell him, bro, I'm like, dude, like if you want to do that, that's awesome. Do not do it if you are just trying to make money, because like one, there's way you're gonna make like you can make way more doing this. Okay, like just you can. People that are in that, it's extremely competitive. Obviously, people have been wanting to be lawyers for years, and have more resources. Again, knowledge, skills, relationships. Like people know. Um, and so like I told him that, and obviously like school, stuff, something like that, where the ROI makes a little more sense. Obviously, stuff like loans can make sense. But I just told him, I was like, well, dude, you're basically stagnant at this position unless you are going to do whatever. Come make content. Like this is, you can get a few deals. And dude, in his first month, he had a video hit 650K on a $2 CPM. He had a video hit like 400K on the same deal. And then he, all of a sudden he has a 1 million view portfolio, get a few more deals. Okay, now we got a base rate higher than your job.
Yep.
Quit his job. And I
Bro,
did it full time.
so now your brother's learning from your older brother's
And,
learning from you. Dude, you said something in there I need to go back to because it's absolutely a mega key. So
okay.
the personal development journey alongside the business development journey, they like coincide each other, and then they're reinforced by the spiritual journey, right? Like a blessing given too soon is not a blessing at all, right? It cost you shambles. So the wholesaling opportunity and learning that, getting your feet wet when you got your lottery with extra steps, which was a full-fledged complete 180 shift into a completely different business, you were prepared and ready. And to touch on that before we jump into what that conversation is, because that's the meat and potatoes here, you said your prayer life, you mentioned it. How important has your faith and God been in your personal business and life development cycle?
So important, dude. Like more than I probably could explain right now. I wasn't very religious growing up. I was baptized, confirmed. I you know uh, I was barely confirmed because I was involved in sports, and he got busy, and I didn't do the Wednesday, and the guy had mercy on me. Steve, shout out Steve if you're watching this. Ended up meeting in a Starbucks talking about faith for like an hour. He's like, okay, dude, guys had to do tests and this and that. He's like, you're good. Just show up tomorrow. Your gown's ready. I was like, okay. But it wasn't until I was uh, I was 19. I'd moved to Arizona, and when I moved to Arizona, bro, I'll touch on this quickly, but I had a, um, I had a, like I was doing music. I knew I had a good voice, but I didn't know anything about the music industry. But I thought like, I thought I felt something, and I was like, yo, so I ended up going by a different name, like first name for like my artist or whatever, but like a full time basically. And after a while, after about a year, kept getting a kind of a gut feeling, something to feel right, something really feel right. Um, and I went to I was invited when I was filming content on campus for like music by this guy to church because he played guitar on the stage. And I remember I prayed to God about this feeling that I had. It was like the most vulnerable I've probably ever, like one of my most vulnerable prayers ever. Praying like, yeah, I don't know if I made the right decision. I don't know what I'm gonna do because, like, I think like, 19. I don't, I had a girlfriend at the time. Like, I mean, like everyone knew me as this name, and I was like, dude, I don't like. They knew my, people still knew my real name, but well, safe to say, soon, like right after that prayer, I was assured that the decision I made was the wrong decision and that I ought to change, back to who I really am. And I think especially going to this era of authenticity is extremely, extremely important. And since then, pray to God for, first off, like, health over everything. Okay. Because if you don't have your health, you're screwed, bro.
Yep.
And like, you can't do anything. My mom's a nurse, and so I know a lot about like just stuff like that, and can be very upsetting. And So I would go, and then, as you're getting into a business, dude, I can't do this by myself, dude. Like, there's so much going, like, there's so many aspects in this, just what we do, not even in just UGC, but just in business, bro. Like, everything, you're not just doing one job, like, you're doing multiple jobs all at once. And like, you can't have all that weight on you. Like, you need, like, just being able to lean it onto God in the low points and in the high points, dude. Like I pray a lot for that, because stuff's going good right now.
Yep.
But like, it's not always going to be like that. And like, even if you're making a lot of money, mentally, you might be lost. A person can have a rich wallet and a broke mind. And so, being able to pray for that, and just opportunity. Like, I don't pray for success or I encourage people, don't pray for success or wins or stuff. Like, you you will pray for opportunity. Like, you want the opportunity so you can learn and grow from it. You're not gonna, there's more, like, you learn more from the failures anyway. So like, you want to have those, honestly. Like, for every person that's been successful, they have more failures, like, as well. So, just being able to lean on God, being able to, like, every day and every night, being able to, be like, at least at first, I always say what I'm grateful for, what I'm thankful for. Begin with that first, because that's like the most important. Just gratitude. Even when I'm like eating my food, thanks for this food. I got fucking, like, clothes on my back. Like, I got a roof over my head, bro. Like, dude, 6 months ago, 7, 8 months ago, like, dude, I didn't know what I was gonna do I didn't know what I was gonna do, and being able to have this opportunity and being able to just learn in this space. We're so new to the game, bro.
Literally.
I'm like, dude, I owe it all to God. And like, I will owe all my success to God. And I encourage people to develop a relationship with God, even if you don't necessarily, if you need to learn, whether you want to fit into like some type of, part of the religion, whether it's, uh, just Christianity, Catholic, Protestant, whatever, or if you just having a relationship with the Lord and speaking to Him and communicating with Him, and surrendering to Him, I think that is huge, especially when you're experiencing humility, because you have to have a very open mindset and not like, and not, and know. I tell myself, the only thing I know is I know nothing. And you have to have that mentality. I mean, especially in this space, but in general, we're both extremely young. And, you know, not to say one point we will be maybe the top experts of our craft. But I've had the privilege to talk with a lot of people that I deem successful, and which is for me, has always been something I've focused on, what my meaning of success is, and I encourage everyone to have their own meaning of success.
Can you define it?
Can I define it?
Yeah, success. Define that.
Sure. I think success is it can be a loaded term. I would say the best way I could probably define it in a sentence or two is, I think success is dependent on, at least for me, the impact that I can make and the ability to achieve like the goals that I have set for myself, whether that's short term, midterm, long term. If I have something that I want to accomplish and I accomplish it, I was successful in that.
Yes.
And if I don't, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm not successful. But as far as, that's why I always have short term goals, I have midterm goals, and I have long term goals. Having goals, being gritty. I have some people, person I know says success is going each and every day with the same level of enthusiasm or something. And I hear that. It was actually my dad that said that, and I hear that, and it's not. specific enough. I think you need to be very specific with what you are telling yourself. Because I say, okay, go through each and every day with the same level of enthusiasm. If I have bad enthusiasm, I'd keep it the same level. Is that success? And I think that more so is level of enthusiasm each and every day. That's more so going through the grit of being able to experience the highs and lows. And that's an aspect of success. But success has to do with what you can accomplish, the impact you make, the skills that you learn, the, being able to do something and it's all falling apart and going 4 steps forward and 3 steps back and 6 steps forward and 2 steps back. It's a very complicated concept that I think the only thing you need to worry about is what it means to you and how are you doing? What are you doing to be able to use what you've learned or what you've built for good, to be able to help people, to be able to like create value and be able to just achieve your goals. And I tell people, I don't care how big or small your goals are, like you need goals because you need a target. Okay. How are you going to know where you're going to shoot if you don't have a target, bro?
That's
Like
Zig Ziglar. How
it's
can a man hit a
so,
target he cannot see? Zig Ziglar,
yes.
being a meaningful, specific, or a wandering generality. Dude, everything you just said there was so articulate and beautiful, and I love not once was monetary value mentioned. And I think that's beautiful. The way I define success is Earl Nightingale's definition: the progressive realization of a worthy ideal, meaning that if you know where you are, you know where you're going, you're progressively moving in that direction, you're a success. Because it does come down to, like, I have this idea of what I want to become, and it doesn't even matter where my starting place is. It could be complete. I'm destitute entirely, but I have this vision and I'm moving towards it, maybe albeit slowly, but I am moving towards it. And that makes me a success in my eyes, not necessarily in the world's. It's like, this is where people get confused a lot because it's a square is a rectangle. Rectangle's not a square situation. Oh, this person's a success because he has a lot of monetary value, financial value. Well, often people that have walked down the journey and the path of success for an extended period of time, you see the fruits of their labor, i.e., monetary value, and go, oh, that makes him a success. Well, that was just a net result of being a meaningful specific for an extended period of time. That wasn't the goal the whole time, dude. We
It's
have
actually ironic.
go.
If you chase that, you won't achieve. Like the people that have a lot of money, or at least a lot of people that do, or a lot of millionaires or billionaires, they there are also obviously people that have made lots of money that just chase the money, but a lot of people that have focused on just providing some sort of value or skill or betterment, end up making more, and B, I tell people this, especially in this space, bro. I tell people, okay, well, dude, here's the one thing. Okay, yeah, you can make money or whatever, but you also you want to be someone that people want to work with. Okay, like you need to be like you like not to not to what's the word? Like you don't want to kiss up to people. You're not going to kiss up to people, but like you want to come on a level of like speaking life onto people and like being a positive influence, like especially in like a space like this where we truly are influencing people. Like you want that to be, it's going to be so much better like for you just in the long run, even if you might be able to make a quick buck in the from doing something nefarious or negative.
It's never worth it.
It's never worth it, bro. It never your reputation, like in business, like it will. We're in a small world, bro, and like people will come around like one way or another, and that's why if you just come from a place of good intention, I think, and you are eager to learn, you're hardworking, and you're willing to just like do the things most people aren't. That's all. It'll come, like and it will. And you only need to get so much to get to a point of creativity to be able to compound that. Okay. Like, you don't need a whole lot to be able to escape the financial matrix of like, you know, unless your lifestyle creeps up on you. Like I'm very mindful of that right now because I'm young, making a lot of money,
Yep.
but like, or not even a lot of money, but big chunks of money, and content's still a big fish though. And, I'm in the business now trying to create a fishing pole so that this can be more consistent.
Yep.
And not just, and the content's good too. I'm never going to stop doing it. Like at least, for the foreseeable future of at least a decade, you know what I mean? Like I will constantly continue to create content. I really enjoy it, dude. And I've had no burnout like at all. Like at this point, I was just talking to one of my buddies, dude. He does piano. He's a piano coach, and
A
I met him
pianist.
when I first moved out of here. Huh?
A pianist.
Yeah, he's a pianist, but yeah, but he does online coaching through his account. I think he's at like 30K now on his personal, and he just started his like high ticket, basically like offers and stuff. He was doing like coaching and stuff, just like weekly, students per month or whatever. Now he's doing like higher ticket stuff. And dude, I mean, he was telling me, dude, it's insanity. He's already at like, dude, I think the numbers he was telling me, he's at like, he just started like 2 weeks ago. He's at like already 60K,
That's beautiful.
revenue, bro.
Dude,
it's insanity.
There's so many things we need to circle back to. One, just a little talking point that I want to share for just the audience. What you just referred to as lifestyle inflation. The money comes up, you start earning more, and then you level up your expenditures to look the part of making that much money, and now your baseline is much higher. That is the silent killer. You got to stay small enough, long enough, so you'll be big enough soon enough. The money goes up, and you take that discrepancy and you invest more into building vehicles that are going to pay you more. That's how you're going to stay out of the financial matrix.
Yes, exactly. Anyone can make a lot of money, but it's hard to keep a lot of money.
Yep. I want to circle back, not right now, just touching the topics we will touch. I want to talk about fitness because we mentioned it and it's a huge part of life. I want to talk about your buddy's a pianist, you're a musician. I want to talk about the creative passions and how that actually plays into the long-term vision. Because for me personally, and I just had a conversation with my boy about this. He's like, dude, I want to do Amazon influencer. I want to do user-generated content, but I'm not passionate about it. And I'm like, bro, you think I'm passionate about reviewing random crap? No, I don't. I'm not passionate about picking up a microphone and being like, check this microphone out. It's so beautiful. I'm passionate about being outside of the financial matrix, so I'm not stuck in survival mode, so that I can build my creative passions that allows me to find fulfillment and joy in doing the things I love every day. And then eventually those things will get to a point of scale where they pay me. That's what I'm passionate about. And so I want to circle back to that as well, that your creative flows and what you're doing with that. But I want to touch the meat and potatoes. I'm going to pretend like I'm a level 0. I need you to get into coach mode. I don't know nothing. What is user generated content, man? What is this thing we keep dancing around? What is this?
Great question. User generated content is, in my opinion, the greatest thing ever. And I'm going to tell you why. Because, okay, so there, at least as of this year, there has been a few, or, user-generated content can mean a lot of things. There's a handful of, niches within what we do, okay? As far as audience, as far as y'all understand, what you see on a day-to-day, best example, TikTok Shop. Affiliate marketing. You have a product, you promote that product on a video. As that video, if it blows up, even if it doesn't blow up, you post the video, somebody sees the video, they buy the product, you get commission. You get paid a chunk of the sale of the product because you created the content that helped facilitate that sale. It's basically like sales, but way cooler.
So it's network marketing.
Sell. What's up?
I said, so it's network marketing. It's a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme.
No, it is not.
Dude,
no, because dude, if I was anyone under the age of 18, or even just now, what I would do is TikTok Shop is probably the lowest hanging fruit as far as making affiliate marketing work. Now it's extremely competitive right now. But I mean, dude, if you make good content, you're gonna have sales. I am not a TikTok Shop UGC creator. I'll get what I get into in a sec, and I'll also get into what the traditional UGC marketing, what that is too. But just to give you guys a little bit of hope, because I know it can be discouraging at first. Okay. I didn't have any, I've never sold anything on TikTok Shop. And just after a week or two of posting 5 to 10 videos a day of a working product, it was the goalie gummies, I got my first sale. Don't reinvent the wheel, copy something that works, and you will make money. Now, will you make a lot? I made $7, but dude, that $7 meant more to me than making $1,000 on a million view of my own videos.
Yep.
And so now I'll transition into what user-generated content means in the like grand scheme of things. Essentially, brands want people that are authentic, that are not don't necessarily have the biggest. You don't have to have a big following. You just need to be a authentic human, be able to speak to the camera, and be able to demonstrate some sort of product. So, in most cases, in the
No. No. Oh,
and the just brief of whatever it is you were promoting, whether it
hold
was a
on. Pause real
product
quick.
or a software or a website or an app or a commercial.
I
Oh,
just
what's up?
I just
Tell me.
lost you for a second. My network went out, so my bad.
Oh,
Go
no, you're
back.
good. You're good.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
frozen on my end.
The last thing I
Oh,
heard
you're
was
good.
talking about you were saying about what the net benefit of it was. You probably 3 sentences, about 15 seconds back.
Oh, with what?
UGC. Here, we'll just keep flowing. I was, dude, the whole saying "smart aleck wise" that it's a network marketing pyramid scheme.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
That's just kind of like one of the primary objections I've got. Multiple
yeah,
people have
yeah,
said that to
yeah,
me,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
which is
bro. I
hilarious.
bet, dude.
Dude, I want to pitch some objections to you real quick.
Okay.
I'm not an influencer, bro. I can't be in front of a camera and record. That's not really my thing, bro.
It's not your thing. Like, do you want to learn how to do it? Would
I,
you be willing to learn how to do it?
I mean, I don't know that I'm, advantageous on camera. It's not really like, where do I begin with that?
You, this is where you begin. If you have no experience, just make crappy content. And I can promise you, bro, I can promise you, get to video 200 and then let's talk. And if you're still having trouble, bro, I will walk you through it. Like I tell people, just post volume. People get so caught up in the like, oh, where do I start? And I was like this too, bro. I think everyone was like is like this, like just human nature. Um, dude, volume. Don't like do not care if it's bad. Just get it out there because you have to make the bad content to get to the good content. And like one out of 200 might hit, you know what I mean? So it's like you're just playing a numbers game. So like, and you're learning a skill in the process. So it's like each video you're getting a little bit better at, like you're getting faster at even just mechanically, you're getting faster at editing. You're getting faster at like making captions. So your skill set and just making the video itself to have the potential to make the money is getting refined. And then like the way you present yourself, the way you talk, strategies you can compound on, like hooks. Like, dude, if you're in your first like 100 videos, bro, I wouldn't even worry about any of the hooks or anything. Like, obviously, you can have a game plan, and I mean, the better you can have something, but the best thing you can do is just post, like, just make the videos, like, and they're gonna be shitty, and like, just don't watch them after, just like get through it, and then like on to the next one, bro. Like, um, I I got into this because I was doing music on social media and I was like, but I couldn't do it consistently enough because I was just like they're two different art forms and I was like, well bro, this is really hard for me just to like get like do this. And I'm getting really frustrated and I think part of it was because I had a feeling, like a gut feeling I could be successful with this, or at least like learn. And then when I got wrapped into my stuff, which was essentially through an app called SideShift. Here's another tip. Okay, give me another objection.
All right, this one's a hitter, bro. Yeah,
Okay.
the brand plug, which we will talk about them because they're fire. This one, I guarantee you've heard it, and this is by far the number one objection I hear more than anything. Yo, bro, I'm kind of like it's kind of embarrassing to even admit this, but like I'm embarrassed to make content because my friends and family, like people that I know, are gonna see this. They're gonna make
Dude,
fun of me, bro. Like, what do I do about that?
yeah, bro. Um, this is what I will say about that objection is it definitely takes a certain. Well, first of all, all objections need to be met with like a moment of self-reflection of like, what the hell do you want? Because like, if you want to get to where you're going, if you want to get to where you want to be, like, you have to do that you've never been, you have to do stuff you've never done. So that's like the first thing I'll say. As far as the family and friends thing, um dude, no one gives a fuck. Like, they really don't, I promise. Here's the thing, because then you're gonna have success. Like, once you realize that and you have success, number one, then it's easier to be like, okay, like, I'm just, I understand this now. Number two is like, yeah, bro, if they're your real friends, or if your family is not toxic, then they will be supportive no matter what. Yeah, it can be kind of cringe, but like, on the other side of cringe is freedom, bro.
Yep.
Like, it is freedom to like the max. Like, and that sounds like I would hear that before I got into content, I think. And I had such a bitter like mindset on it, but then it's like, bro, you can get bitter, you can get better. Um and like, you are like, you just be cringe, bro. Like,
Dude.
just be cringe. And like, I promise, dude, if you just focus on that, like, yeah, it's embarrassing, whatever. How bad do you want it? You want it? If you don't, if you're getting caught up in that, then clearly, like, you don't want it that bad, in my opinion.
Bro, it's corny, it's cringe. They'll make their little side digs, like, jokingly at you in a disparaging way, all the way up until it works. And then you're the model. And then they're like,
Exactly, bro.
bro, how did you do that, bro? Like, what's the formula? Like, can you teach me, bro? And it's like,
Yes, bro. Really, people, bro. I know, dude.
yeah.
And I will. Like, I'll tell you, like, what I did. I tell people right now for free. I tell people, I'm like, dude, this is what you do. Okay, you go, you like you. This is what you do. And I've walked I've had friends that are doing it now, and I've told them, like, because I want to help them, and B, like, now, and also just learning how to teach people is like another
Yes.
skill
I've
to
learned
learn.
that.
So being able to do that with like people I know and help them too, like, it feels good. And I'm like, um, yeah, dude. Dude, so many people from my hometown are, dude. They're working. They're in the home. They're there, and they're never leaving, bro. Like, and you only get so many windows. Here's another thing for the audience, and this is only if you're from a small town. If you are from Arizona, we both live in Arizona. If you're from a bigger city, this does not apply to you. So if you're from any sort of big metro, you live in Phoenix, you live in LA, whatever, I don't think this applies to you. But I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska, and very suburbia town, even though it's technically a metro. There's maybe like almost 1 million people there or something, but super small. And everyone there that I know that has family there, like, my family's originally from Southern California. I'm originally from Southern California, but everyone there that didn't leave after high school, that went to college there, that maybe didn't get the window of after college, is there. And then you get a job, and then you're locked the fuck in now. So unless obviously you're going to learn on something online, and then most people are comfortable. I remember, dude, this guy I knew said he went to the school. I went to University of Nebraska Lincoln for my first year of college before I transferred to ASU, and he said he went there because it was comfortable.
Yep.
And I was like, bro, I want to get the hell out of here, dude. Like, I was like, long story short, I was just like, bro, what do you do? Because I wasn't in a frat. And I was like, bro, what do you do? Like, because his frat got suspended. And so he wasn't doing it. He's like, bro, this is so boring. Like, because I'm not my frat anymore because we got suspended. He's like, bro, but I just went here because it was comfortable. Da, da, da. I'm like, bro, like, and that was why it's such a big blessing. I encourage every single person, especially if you want to be creative minded, to get the hell out of your hometown. You will do nothing but grow and realize that you'll realize, how much more there is to the world, how closed-minded you truly can be and stay if you do stay there. And by all means, bro, you want to live there, you want to have a chill life, no problem. And the people that are like that probably don't give a fuck if you're making content either. It's the people that are pissed that they are there still, that
they
didn't
got stuck
make the
in
decisions.
the matrix. It's those people
Yes,
that are
bro.
that
Seriously,
kinda got
stuck
bitter.
in the matrix, bro. Like it's like we say it like a joke, but it's not a joke. Like, it is a very very real thing, bro. And especially with this internet stuff, dude, we're experiencing one of the biggest wealth transfers. That like this is the next wealth transfer.
And it's not
So
slowing down.
yeah, bro, it's not slowing down. Get ahead, or like, or you know what I mean? Like the last wealth transfer. You know what? I don't remember. You
The
know, the
dot-com
boomers have
boom.
owned the businesses for so long, bro. Now they're all retiring.
Yeah.
My dad's a boomer, and he, you know, people his age, like I said, he never took any risk. He was very smart, but he never took any risk. And people, but like we're just seeing another wealth transfer bro, with the internet and how much is getting redistributed, and it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. And that's why I just encourage everyone, you know, my biggest blessing that I've learned for myself at this age is that I am a communicator. I'm a 3, so I was born on a 3. I'm like, I kind of believe in like numerology,
Yep.
and so I was born on a 3 day. I was born on the 21st. My and I was born, and my birth and my life path is a 3, and so I was born on a 3, and my life path is a 3, and it's just always been like my lucky number, and 3 is the letter of communication. C is the third letter of communication, and that plays into music for me. That plays into this now, and just I think and just in general, there's just a lot of possibilities, and I think if you are somebody that is interested in this enough, but not interested enough to like not kind of put yourself out there, which is again completely understandable because it can be very scary. It is very scary, but once you do, you're only going to thank yourself. But you have to see it through, and you have to be consistent, and you have to be willing to show up every day. And that's the thing with the job is like you don't have to mentally check in every day, versus a business. Like you have to be here every single day. Everything matters. But for me, like I love that because everything I do is a reflection of myself, and I think that drives me more. It keeps me more disciplined than like anything else. And just being able to have this be my creation, my baby, you know, what I'm creating is mine. And obviously, of course, any other partners I work with or anything like that, you know, we'll create together, but it'll be ours. It won't be for somebody else, or I won't be working extra, or I won't be exchanging my time for money because that's the dumbest thing on the flipping planet. Um, another thing that I big like I said, uh my dad's a boomer, and he is big on like he'll always say like he would always say like how much time are you spending, big time exchange for money kind of guy.
Yep.
And worst mindset ever. Anyone's watching this, worst audience, that is the worst thing you can do. Because if you just focus on learning a skill, like that's going to compound. That is going to be how you cannot work. There are cars worth $1 million plus. Like you will work your entire life,
Yep.
and you still won't get the car. Okay. It is not possible. So like, if that doesn't, I think the internet's definitely been so great to open up like the floodgates of just knowledge and waking people up, that are seeking, knowledge, being able to see what's going on, especially just like who's really running everything and like just how all that stuff's going. um, you are definitely, if you are a self-aware person and you are doing your research now, just dial in on a skill and pick one skill. Don't spread yourself too thin. um, Chase one rabbit at a time. He who chases two rabbits catches neither of them. Remember that.
100%. 100%. Dude, I tell my students the fastest and only effective way to escape the financial matrix is to decouple your acquisition of monetary value from an exchange of time. And
Yes.
that's a process, and that might take a little bit of time. So there may be a period of time where you do have a 9 to 5 while you're building the 5 to 9 until
100%.
it outscales it. 100%. Bro, there's a lot of fugazis. They're referred to as course sellers, and they regurgitate fake crap that they maybe bought a course from someone else. They copy clone it, and then they flex a lifestyle that's not theirs, and they're not actually owner operators and practitioners. You're real. I'm proud of you, bro. You're really a doer, and
Thank you.
you're doing
Thank you,
awesome.
man.
And I do the same, and we actually operate. There's no man behind the mirror. We're full open books. I want to touch this, dude. Going back to teaching, education, dude. Why do you think? Before I even say it, I'll just say it first, and then I'll explain it. Why is everybody so lazy, bro? Look, my course, I launched a program to teach people UGC, and it's $99. Dude, $99 doesn't move the needle for me. I don't care about your $99.
Yeah.
I need
Yeah.
you to pay $99 so you value the information, you actually execute on it. And like oversaturation in the market doesn't exist because literally I'll have a conversation, not with you, right? Because you already do it, but like a random guy that I know at the gym will be chopping it up and he'll be asking me intellectual questions about my business and what I do. And I don't hold anything back. I'm not hiding anything. I'll tell you everything about my daily operations and what I'll literally tell you step by step, A to Z, how you can do the exact same thing. And then a month later, I'm like, yo, bro, so how's it going? And he's like, oh, yeah, I haven't even like thought about like even taking step one. I'm not doing nothing. And I'm like, well, then bro, why are you so lazy? Like, I'm giving you the game plan and then you're not doing anything about it. And that's why most people just stay stuck in normalcy because it's like, this is low hanging fruit. You just need to like do. I don't even care if you do specifically what I'm teaching. Just do something, you know? Why are people lazy, bro?
100%. I think I think that like I think it stems from a few things, and I honestly think it's I think a lot of people work very hard. I think they work hard on the wrong things, and when they're presented with an opportunity to do something that they don't understand, that scares them. And they like deep down, like I think fear is like the number one contributor to why people don't take action because they're afraid to put themselves in like positions of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Like not know I mean, bro, each day for this is different. Now, like obviously with the content like that I make now, it's I know what to expect for the most part. It's more so just the agency stuff that I'm learning now. But like I think most people are not willing to put themselves in a position of uncertainty, especially when they do have a consistent job, especially if you get a job that does pay like decent, like if you and then car, bro,
Comfortable.
all it takes is a car payment, high rent, and like, somewhat of an outgoing lifestyle where you don't want to like, just like sit in your room and work all day and like go out, you actually want to go out, which like obviously like, we don't all just want to sit, in our room all day, like in work, I do, bro, like I'm a lunatic sometimes, but like, that's why I see the value because like it's just like, dude, if you grind this right now, like, dude, I mean, we're gonna be, you literally a year or two of sacrifice, or even a few years or whatever, like, which I don't even see it sacrifice, but like I want to like work on this. So like that's just my personal like opinion. But I would say fear of not understanding something, fear of humility, putting yourself in a position of like admitting that you don't know something.
Yep.
Like my dude, my brothers and my dad are my middle brother's a little better now because he's kind of coming on this side, but like they're very like dude, my dad, I grew up, he was like he knew everything. Like that was like he like acted like he knew everything basically. Like it was always like he knew everything. Like he knows everything and you know nothing. And
That's ego.
it is ego, and it's a terrible way to think because it cuts you off from so many opportunities that like no matter how hard you work you will never get because you like and again that's like a mindset where again people are not going to want to work with you, bro, like because that's the other thing is like you need to be like
A
people
beginner.
want to work with you, bro. Energy is everything, and like and it's like dude, if this person's like toxic and you know it and I know it and it's like okay, well we're probably not going to conduct business with this person, like but they might be great at their job or whatever. And so that definitely, um, like, but I'd say humility. And I saw like Luke Belmar talk about this, and he said like, yeah, people have like, lots of money, like they're able to embrace humility. Like I know nothing, like, but hey, I'm eager to learn and I want to learn, and like I just but I need to, just you're gonna mess it up, and then you step back, and then you mess it back up. That's why it's like do something. The one thing I appreciate at this is like that we can be creative. I get to be creative every single day, and like who knew being creative paid so well? Like, usually it doesn't, like, up until, essentially this
It doesn't
century.
until it does.
Yeah, no, like now. And so I'm like, dude, like this, like I'm big on that. Like I always want to be creative and like use that. So I'm left-handed and everything. I'm very
I didn't know
like
you were
right brain.
left-handed, bro. I'm
What's
left-handed
up?
too. I didn't know you were left-handed. I'm
Oh
also
no shit.
left-handed.
Oh no way.
That's
Fire, dude.
crazy.
Yes, sir. Lefty on everything except, bro, I shoot a gun righty and I shoot darts right-handed, like stuff right eye dominant, but I'm lefty on everything else.
That's crazy.
But like yeah, bro. I mean, so I'd say fear. I'd say yeah. Some people are just like not gonna like put themselves in a position of like difficulty because like it is such a like mental, like bro, like I like this job is way harder mentally than it is physically. Okay,
Yes.
like yeah, we're what I mean, like we're just physically not really doing a whole I'm not doing a whole lot. I'm doing a ton, but like it's mental gymnastics that's really like where you're gonna make or break because dude, you're doing all this stuff, you're managing this, you're calling this, you're doing this, like so people aren't willing to like put themselves in a growth mindset. They want to be stuck in their ways. Everything you've learned has been a culmination of everything you've been exposed to your entire life. So but you can change that. But you have to be like willing to change it um and just seeing the world through a different lens will influence your decisions on a day-to-day level, like what you might make or how you look at things and how it reacts. And I think people need to like adopt I think they need to be more mindful of how they are thinking, not just get analysis paralysis, because all you like really you should just be focusing on taking action, but you do need to understand like you the way you think is everything. It just is like you can forge your own reality, your own path, your own opportunities just by looking at things differently. I'll give you a perfect example too, to kind of have this kind of like paint a real picture, and especially in this space. So my brother, so my and I'll kind of give some transparency with some of these deals too. So my biggest client right now, I give them 64 videos a month, and they real quick, I do high volume UGC, so I post videos for brands. I create separate accounts for brands. I warm them up according to the niche, and then I post videos that essentially call to action. Whatever I specialize in the website and software side of things. A lot more money in the TikTok shop stuff, if I'm being completely honest. But you can, if you have a big account, like you really only need one big client, but you can stack them because how they operate is a base pay plus bonuses. So you can get a base pay. Let's say, okay, so this deal for particular, when I first got it, was $1,500 a month for 64 videos, plus a $250 cross post bonus for me to post on Instagram and YouTube Shorts. $1,750 total base. Okay, and then the bonuses are a separate thing. But my brother, he will say, or he said this recently, he would say, he said like, oh, well, I've never had a deal. He's been doing, he's got a handful of deals. He's had one video, like he had a video. It wasn't a converting video because it didn't have the brand in the video, but it hit like 9 million. This is just like funny video, and it was really good. And he got a lot of traction just on his account. 9 million video will never hurt your account. And so but he would tell me, he'd be like, yeah, well, like, because like a majority of my income does come from this one client. Again, big fish. Like I'm thinking more like trying to make a foundation with this money, investing back into myself, and other businesses. But he said, well, I've never had a client. I've never had a client that big, like 1750 a month or whatever. And I was like, hey, well, you have this client. They're paying you $750 a month for 30 videos, and you're doing good for them. So why don't you ask them to do 60 videos, and then you're at $1,500 a month, and you just doubled your income on that deal. You're going to triple it probably, because you're going to be putting more, you're going to be compounding that content because you're going to be posting twice a day instead of once a day. So that's a thing. And then, so you're probably going to get more than 2x what your return is. And simply just by like shifting your mindset to being like, oh, like this is what this deal is now, but what can I do to make this deal more advantageous for myself, both in like the short term, okay, cool, I make a little more base, but in the long term, you're probably going to get more bonuses because you're compounding, you're going to get more viral videos, and you're going to be able to form a true asset, because once you get these accounts to a certain point, I mean, dude, like my I've almost, dude, I have maybe 270 posts on my Instagram for this account, and on the Instagram I'm at almost 28K followers. Guys, understand this: when you build an account to that, it can be a personal account, it can be a branded account, whatever. You form an asset because you have attention, and
Yep.
you can monetize that in multiple different ways. For one, the accounts can become monetized. Bro, I just got monetized on TikTok for the Studying with Jake account. I just hit 10K. So, dude, like I just had a video hit 9 mil. If that was in the creator rewards, bro, like, oh my god. So super stoked to like, that's another form of income. YouTube Shorts, ad revenue, like that's my next goal. Like just keep posting, basically. Like that's all I can really do. And just looking at these deals, or just whatever your situation is, in a different light. I tried to show my brother, hey, why don't you look at it like this? And this is how you can set yourself up for success in the short term and the long term. That stems from a growth mindset. And like that plays into your day to day, how you make decisions. And it's just so crucial because it compounds, and it really is the foundation for everything that you contribute to as we like in the physical world.
Bro, I have so much to say. There is a 9 to 5er listening to this that just heard you say the one deal, 1750 base pay, and your deliverable, your action items daily is 2 videos, and they're like, bro, that's what I'm making at my job, and I'm working 4 or 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. What the heck, man? And they're tripping out, they're bugging out, dude. And this is why A students end up working for C students, because working hard is a trap. Working smart is the way to do it, and you need leverage to do that, bro. You just did something. I do it too, and it goes back to the education and teaching, where you drop vernacular vocabulary word without defining it. And I was going to interrupt you, but I didn't.
Thanks. What I said.
You talked about when you start up a new brand, you're working with a product or a service, and then you build out a brand account specifically for them, and you warm it up in the niche. Can you explain to me what are we talking about here? What is that? What does it mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is some sauce, y'all. All right, like, and it's really not that hard. Like, it's not complicated. Okay. And people are gonna be like, oh, like still fake, whatever. All right. I know I know that the ones that are listening. So, okay. So when I'm gonna give you the step by step of how I onboard a brand. I just had to do this. I wasn't doing much outreach. I don't do outreach anymore. I mean, I will if I ever have to, but for now, like, my clients have stayed fairly consistent. But when I get a new client, this is how it goes. Most clients are only posting on TikTok and Instagram, and I will get into later why that is a big issue. But basically they will come, I get them, I will get a hold of them. I'll get into how I do that later. But when I get a hold of them, they say, hey, we have an agreement. Okay, we have a black and white contract. You have a base rate. All right, 1750, 64 videos. I always look at the value of the deal. So, and I'll break down what that looks like too. How you can look at the value of these deals to know what deals are worth more, because it's not always just the number. But basically, get onboarded, sign the contract. They say, okay, hey, we want you to make a brand new TikTok, a brand new Instagram, because you're going to be posting on both of them. All your you're going to make videos on TikTok, and they're just going to go on Instagram too. So I'll make a TikTok, I'll make an Instagram, and there's a lot of nuance to this warming up process, but this is how it generally goes. You make the account, put a normal profile picture, put a bio that's normal, yapping my thoughts away or something. Let's say like, or I think my studying with Jake one is like just a college TA trying to help a student out or something like that. Something that sounds human.
You are human, right?
Yes, I'm human. Like we are all human. Like even though you have to essentially fake the warm up, which I'll explain what this is because you're tricking the system a little bit. You are basically taking the videos. You're taking the account. You have the TikTok. Okay, you have 0 followers. You're gonna go on your For You page. You are going to search. Sometimes the brands give you these keywords, and sometimes it's up to you to search them. But usually they'll give you them. You are going to search keywords that are related to your niche. So, for example, if you are an AI scanner, AI checker, very popular niche, just AI education, you're going to search AI in college, AI checker, ChatGPT writing papers, like keywords that have to do with your niche. What is your audience going to watch? That is what you are warming your account up to. And what that basically means is once you search those words, you're going to see the videos. Now you have a video of someone, let's say, talking about a story time of maybe using ChatGPT in college. You are going to warm it up. I use the bottom up method. This is the only time that it's like real. I mean, it is a very real thing, the bottom up method. And essentially what the bottom up method is basically in TikTok, you will have your, I'm going to pull this up so I'm as accurate as possible.
It's save,
but you basically
share, comment, like.
Yeah. So you're going to share it. So you'll see like so that you have this line, okay, and you start from the bottom up. So you're gonna click the share button, you're gonna copy the link. That's gonna make TikTok think that you're sharing it. You don't actually have to send it to anyone. Then you bookmark it, and you can also repost it from the share button. So you can share it, repost it sometimes. Bookmark it, comment something 5 words or more, just something that's human, like that relates to it. Like if it's an AI detector or whatever, be like, oh my gosh, AI detectors are getting so good at detecting ChatGPT, like something that sounds human, that's like engaging. Because then what happens is you comment that, and then people will like your comment, and you'll get followers before you even post something. I got 14 followers on my new account that I made. It's for this website called landingsite.ai, and it's like building websites with AI for like businesses, and I had to interact with a lot of that type of content, and like I was getting followers just from like my comments and likes and replies and stuff. I would say like AI with businesses is huge and stuff like that. You watch the video to the end, 2x speed it, go through the end, make sure you watch the whole thing, then you like it, and then you follow. Don't like the video until it's over, because once you like it, TikTok thinks that you're done watching it. So that's the full way to engage with it, and essentially you'll go through 2 to 3 days, and you will warm up the account by going through every video and doing that in some sort of combination. So I don't recommend doing that on every single video because you want to be human, but do that on some videos all the way through so they're fully engaged. You do everything, like, comment, share, everything. And then some you maybe only copy the link and bookmark, and then maybe some you only comment, and some you like, and you engage with the algorithm so that your account is expecting what you're going to be talking about. And it really gives you the best chance of success when you're promoting these third-party type of brands, because obviously these brands are trying to get you off of TikTok because they want you to get to their website or whatever. And so that's the key difference between what I do and what you do, Jake. Yeah. Just with TikTok Shop, because TikTok will promote those videos. So like you, these like, dude, I mean, you can spam like 10, 20 videos on TikTok Shop, and I think usually be okay. I'm sure there's a lot of nuance in that as well. These types of videos I wouldn't recommend. You want your account very warm. I'm doing like 4 videos a day now for GPT-0. I'm doing more than my deliverables because of the CPM. and just boosting the account. We're in Q4, you know, finals and stuff, messing with hooks and everything, and um, and and they and they but like doing, you know, some brands are like only do one a day, some brands only do two, you know, do two a day. Some brands are very particular, and like it's not the most important thing, like to a certain extent, but some brands are like, yo, like your Instagram has to be at 40 followers before you can post. And like my GPT zero account, like, bro, I barely warmed up the Instagram, and like I'm at almost 30K. So it definitely is like only to a certain extent. And I just, again, like once you get it warmed, if your first video gets past like 500 views, 600 views, you're usually good. You know, after like 10 videos, like 20 at the most, like if you're, you know, if you're getting like 100 views and it's good video, like then your account's probably just cooked and you just make a new account. And so that's why another thing you'll do is when you scale, in UGC, is you'll get multiple devices. So I have two phones plus my personal phone. I recommend, you know, once you start to have some success, to get off your personal phone as fast as possible, just because like it's annoying to like have to do all the content on it. Unless you just like want that content on your phone, like in general, like for me, like I just want to keep it separate.
Yep.
But you will spend some money. Like obviously you'll spend money on the phones. But in turn, that will help you generate more revenue, so on, because you can only have so many accounts on one phone. I recommend anyone that's listening that is going to do this, to have only 4 accounts on one phone at a time, 4, maybe 5 at the most. After that, it can really mess with the algorithm, switching between all these accounts, and you just won't be set up for success as much as possible, and you're really only going to save, you know, a phone, bro. Like you go on back market, get an iPhone 13 less than $300. Like
Yep.
that's a half month's worth of one single contract, and I like to do it in days. So like, how much am I making that day? And it's like, okay, dude, that's like 3 days or whatever, 2 days or whatever.
Dude, that was really tactical, and I wanna follow up with another crazy tactical question. So UGC is it's a big blue ocean. I do a couple of different models. So I do Amazon influencer, I do TikTok shop, I do freelance UGC. You do the creative side where you're running an agency model, which I want to talk about that. But context matters, right? Like on Amazon, shoppable content, what's called shoppable content, which is a type of UGC. On
Mhm.
Amazon, these people are on a buyer's page. They're already prospective buyers, and they're just looking for effectively what is a consumer review from an influencer, someone that has social credibility. So it's more of just like, hey, let's talk about these product features. I like this because of this. Whereas, okay, TikTok shop content, totally a different context, right? You're in here, people are scrolling for fun, so you have to bake this in a way that it doesn't look, this it's not an ad, okay? This is not an ad. This is just another piece of fun content like everything else you're watching. And then 40 seconds into the video, wait a second, this is an ad for blue light blockers, or this is an ad for a creatine supplement, right? And and then even still, that's different for a SaaS product as well. I want to talk specifically. So we talked about warming up the account and getting ready for an account to be used specifically for a user-generated content ad deal, a brand deal. What is the formatting? Like, what is the okay? So we're gonna have a hook. We're gonna have the meat and potatoes, the primary subtext of we're gonna be talking about, a call to action. What does this generally look like? Can you spell that out for me?
Absolutely. So there's a few different types of these videos. For one, some brands, bro, they will just give you the script. Like they want you to read their script, so you don't even have to like I worked with one AI education brand, and they would just give me a script that they write, and like I'd have to do it basically. Like I didn't have as much creative freedom. I wasn't as big of a fan of that, but
That
you
doesn't work
can.
as well.
It doesn't. It doesn't work well. I even told them that I'd be willing to be paid less per video if I could do more, because I truly believe in like the volume and like the creative side. But that's just me. Some creators, because I don't even think they're honestly, we're just pawns, like just dishing out like their message.
Top of funnel stuff.
And yeah, like just like, okay, dude, which like, yeah, it's easy or whatever, but like it was easy, I got paid for it. So like Still, like, again, so for anyone that's like, yo, like, I don't know what to do, like, dude, some of these brands will just straight up give you this shit to say. So, like, just another reason to not have any excuses. But sometimes we'll give you the scripts, and then it basically breaks down into, if they don't give you the scripts, it basically breaks down into two different methods that we've seen in this type of, especially the software side and the websites and the apps and stuff that I'm more involved in. One side is, and they will still give you content briefs usually and ideas. But one side is a video with a trending sound and a text hook. There's no talking. It's just like my face, and I'm just like, or something, and it's like the trending sound. Easiest videos in the world, bro. I'm with a client right now. They pay me $1,000 plus a $200 comment bonus to basically make these types of videos. That they give me everything. Takes me 2 seconds. Easy, $20 from video. Okay, so I see value in that. That's why okay, yeah, I could get a bigger deal, but what is that truly going to cost? As far as my time, as far as once you're with a client for a while, it's stuff gets really easy. The longer you're with them, and if you, as long as you can keep performing, and your videos can keep performing, then you'll stay with them. They'll want to keep you. It's actually very difficult to get good creators. That's a big thing with this. Is like, dude, once someone's a good creator, that's a big deal. Because there's just so many people that are doing this that don't, not even that they don't take it seriously, but don't work to identify the aspects of what they need to work on to be like a good creator. And the biggest thing is just showing up, be consistent. Like, if you can show up and make 30 videos a month, and you're expected to make 30 videos a month, and you do that, dude, you're in the top, you're in the top 90%. I'm not even joking, bro. Maybe even more than that, bro. Like, honestly. So that's why it's just like, it really is like a blue ocean, like Jake said. And so, but it'll segment into two types. So those types where they'll give you the text hook, maybe it'll say like, I do one with like a dating app. And it's like, oh, my date, ditched me, or I'm up till 3 a.m. and no, now I'm using Hunch to something, like some paragraph. They'll write it, like they write the copy. That, or you just take inspo from other creators, work on that aspect. Those videos are really easy. When I was doing this in the full hay of like I was getting a ton of base pay, not as much bonus pay, like little to no bonus pay, which you can only stack the base so much because it is to a certain point gig work, so you are just stacking these gigs, and then like you can get, dude, you can get 7-8 grand just in bonus, in not bonus, in base, if you're willing to put in the work, like do 10-20 videos a day, which like if you batch some of them out, and then the text hook ones, they're really easy. The ones that are not easy, that are the more valuable ones, that I encourage every single person, like in general, just to focus on volume. And as you get into these videos, those videos with the text hooks that are easy are good, can give you pay. But the real value and like how you become valuable to these brands is the creative process of actually creating a story that is going to feel real. And the way that, and I've had the most success doing this from my y'all can check this out. Like, check it out. Like, if just for examples, I run account on all platforms. It's called Studying with Jake, and it's for a tool called GPT-0, and they are an AI detector. They're a big AI detector in the space. And when I interviewed for them, this is how long I've had this idea. I had this idea from the get-go, and this was from me. This was not from like someone I took the idea from or whatever. Which, again, there's like, you don't got to reinvent the wheel. Like, you can copy someone's idea or inspire from it, make it a little better, and like grow from it too. So like there's value in that as well. But when I interviewed for them, I actually had to interview for this one. A lot of these deals, you just get them. Once you get a few, it's easier to just show up and, hey, what's the deal? But when you're starting, you have interviews. I'll still interview for one. Like I don't doubt that, and I actually love it doing it because I like talking about this on the call. But this one, I told them, I'd used this tool in school because I was big on ChatGPT, like, dude, the week it came out. And I, and so I was talking about that, and they're like, okay, well, make us a video. We'll get back to you on, like, we'll let you know. But it was the biggest deal that I had so far at the time. As far as base, the bonuses actually were pretty dog. I'm not gonna lie, like, but when you don't have any leverage, I would encourage you just I
Take what
didn't
you can
care,
get.
like, because what?
Take what you can get when you're starting.
Yeah, exactly. What you can get, bro. I was doing deals, bro. I was getting paid there were some deals I was getting paid $8 a video, like, dude, I was doing it. Like, I wasn't complaining about it or thinking I was better than, I was better than this. Like, dude, I'm just trying to compound my knowledge on this as much as possible. Like, nobody around me in this, especially with side shift, because they're marketed towards like side gigs, like make some extra cash. They're marketed towards college kids that just want to make like a few $1,000 a month. I was like, bro, like, let me ramp up the gears. I don't think anyone is taking this seriously. Like, I will stack 12 of these, and I will, like, this is all I will do all day. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm gonna, like, I'm making money, okay, first of all, and then also I'm learning, and then also, like, yeah, I'm just producing, and it put me in a mode of creativity and, again, mindset shift. But when you can, but with GPT Zero, the idea I gave for them for my interview was, I thought to myself, I said, okay, how can I bridge the gap between me, someone who's young, a student, I'd recently just graduated, and this kind of AI detector that like professors use, or like, higher authority uses. And I said, oh, well, what position is someone my age in as far as like connected to that higher authority? And that's a teacher's assistant.
Yep.
And so I made a video for them saying I'm a TA. We're cooked. People are using ChatGPT, and so they accepted me, and I started making content. At first, I wasn't doing that aspect as much. Then I had one video where this guy made a script and I copied it, and his blew up like, dude, his did like 20, 30 mil, and mine did like 6 mil still. I still like, I still got like, I still like it boosted, that was my first like huge video, like, ever. 6.6 mil. I think it's that right now. But then I had a few videos blow up with this teacher's assistant method. And from there, bro, it was just a strategy of, okay, here's a thing that works. Found something that works. Okay, teacher's assistant connects. And then it's just a matter of hooks. And then what I've loved about it, so fulfilling, is like when GPT-0 came to me and they were like, I was doing kind of fear-based at first. I think this is the year they ban ChatGPT, and here's why. I was doing a lot of that at first, and which by the way, content, ChatGPT is like a big anchor word, so like people are going to stick around because like they know it. It's very ubiquitous, so like you're, especially in the AI space. So, but I was doing that at first, and then they were like, "Hey, can you spread this in like just a little bit more of a positive light? You're absolutely killing it, but like we don't want to come off as like a fear base, because like most people that put their info in here, it's not AI. They just have to tweak some things because like they might have used Grammarly or whatever. So maybe like try to show it off as like an insurance tool or something." I said, "Okay, no problem." So I absorbed that, and what I created out of it was okay, I'm a TA, and here's how a professor tried to accuse a student of using ChatGPT, and here's how he advocated for himself to prove that he did not use ChatGPT. Like, I just had to get up a meeting, and this is what we did. Oh, we see this in his Google Doc. We can see exactly how he types, and also they do have a killer tool. Like, they are a bigger company, so that is easier to go viral with. But I mean, dude, as far as all the other creators, like, know what not that nobody's even close, but like it's definitely it was between me and that one other guy, and he stopped making content for them. I think he's still in school, so he just had to take a break. He had a video at like 30 something million, bro. All organic, dude. Insanity. I didn't even think it was real when I first saw it. I was like, bro, is this like paid? Like, did they put boost behind this? And then like found out it was organic. One of Sideship's biggest like case studies. Um, and so since then, what I've been doing is basically, dude, I do the same hook a lot of the times because it works. And then I just keep messing with hooks. So like big hook that's been working for me is it just me? Or and then I go into it. Or my most viral viewed video was a hook. I'll do hook research. So I'll look up like now that this one I can be more creative with. I've formulated a story. I can do like, I can apply some of these tips that you see on TikTok, like hooks that can work universally. I did a if you X and you want a Y, then you should Z. If you're in college and you use ChatGPT, you need to stop. And here's why. And I go into it. And that video is that like, and here's the other thing. This is why cross-platform posting is so important. We'll get into this a little later, but that video that I created did around 12K on TikTok, and it did 11 million on Instagram. Okay. Yeah. And videos that I've done literally less than 10K on TikTok, 8 million on YouTube, bro. Like YouTube Shorts, dude. And that's where like these deals get. Well, I won't get too much into like the value. I want to break down. I'll break down later like the value of how I would look at these deals to understand what deal, how I evaluate a deal, because I think I do a fairly good job at seeing a deal with the base pay, with the bonuses, and like with the platforms, and how all of those play a role into the value of the deal, and how some deals can be more diluted than others because of certain steps that they require you. But to go back to your question, essentially the two processes are either text hooks. The brand will give you ideas in general. Almost all of these, they give you some sort of general outline. They will give you the copy. This brand in particular gives the copy in like the Notion. Copy that into the thing, tweak it maybe a little bit. We're good. Get a few thousand views, like, maybe you get 10K, 20K. My biggest videos are the ones when I'm talking. Obviously, those are more work, but I have the ones, I do 4 brands right now. One's a dating app. One is a job application app. One is like a job AI swiping app, where it auto applies to jobs. Kind of ironic because like I run a business. One is the AI studying one, and then one is this AI website one, and that one's a newer one. And I just dropped some clients too. That's another thing, like managing these relationships between these brands, and being very cordial when you're talking to them and professional, and saying, hey, like, I appreciate this. Some brands will be very like this last brand was not very nice. Like when I was like leaving, like I think the guy was just pissed because his UGC campaign wasn't working, and I was trying to help him. I was like, and he just would never. He was an older guy. Most of the brands where people are my age, or even your age, like just in our age of like the 20s, are pretty chill. A lot of these are obviously VC funded. Yeah. And so I would say it's those text hooks. Anyone can do that. But the real sauce comes from essentially, looking at what the tool is, whatever it is you're promoting, or product, and just being able to formulate like, and it's a skill. Like it's something you can develop. It's not just like you have it or you don't. But you can at least conceptualize, okay, what is this product do, and how can I portray it to the viewer in a way that seems authentic? And I'll get into like how I do my scripts for the agency that I run, because now that because I write the scripts and they've had some success, so like I know that I possess the skill to like be able to do this on like different levels. But like as I continue to grow, but like as you look at this and say, okay, what is the product? How can we portray this in a way that's going to connect me to the viewer? And how can I talk about it? Play a character. Okay. In this case, I'm a TA. In this other case, I'm the website one, I'm an entrepreneur. And the other one, I'm like maybe I'm an employer, or I'm an employee. I just got laid off and I need to get a job. So I swipe to apply. Maybe and then the other one's just like I'm a dating. Some of them don't have characters, it's general, but some of them. But if you can build a character around yourself, and that will just happen with your content naturally. I wouldn't focus as much on that as I would focus on making each video better, and that will kind of lay into. I didn't think when I started that it was going to be some huge thing where I was like, yo, I'm the TA guy. I just thought like, hey, like I just need to post videos because I'm getting paid for like the videos in general, and then like I didn't even think about the bonuses at first, because I was just like stacking base because like I mean this was like the first real adult money that I've ever had, so I was like, dude, like $6,000, like anything after five, I was like, yo, dude, like this is more than people I know that are freaking working like jobs, and now I have a base. And I remember telling my family, like, I'm at five, now I'm at six, now I'm at seven, now I'm at eight. Like, once I got to 10 and past that, well, at the time I don't talk to my dad as much anymore, but when I was talking to him, I said, I'd said, that I went to, oh yeah, I hit 10K a month in August. This is my first 10K month. And he was like, I was working it on, but he was like, oh, is your income reflect like grown, like with how much you're working? I was like, yeah, like, he was like, how much you making? And I was like, I'm in the five figures. And he couldn't believe it. He was like, so you're making like 10K a month? And I was like, yeah, but a little more than that. But yeah, now, dude, now it's like triple. But like, again, that's right. Now we're in a big year, like you got to take, you know what I mean? And you can use that money to, now you have a tool to, compound and grow and, get in more, you stay creative. And as long as you're building, bro, even if you make, I know dudes on TikTok, I mean, you can talk about this too. Like,
Yep.
Some months you might have crazy months. Some months you might only make like low amount. It's all going to even out. And that's another thing mindset wise to take into, you got to just, go with the flow, because like you might get in, if you let it get into your head, you might be like, yo, what am I doing wrong? What am I fucking up? Like, and it's just like, no, I posted 39 videos in a row.
Yep.
And I made a video of this. 39 videos in a row. The last video, like a couple videos before it, were popping off. I had some million view videos, 200, this, that, whatever. I hit like a dry spell of like, dude, 39 videos in a row. At like under 3K, probably all of them. Maybe I got one that was like 10K or whatever. I wasn't getting paid for any of these bonuses. Was the 40th video I post, it goes to 7 million in a week, bro. It freaking flew.
Rocket.
And what?
I said rocket.
Rocket, dude. And so it's just like, you never know. You don't know. So that's why all you can do is post and react and like see what happens. That's why like people that like claim to be, there are people that are very good at like dissecting the micro of videos, but like just because I'm newer to this, and I just think it's a better habit to be in general, because like it's not going to matter in the long run like anyway, but like or not even in the long run, because it is important, as you, especially depending on how much you go as a creator, what your goal is. But people will dissect videos and they'll claim to be like, oh, well, you gotta do this, and you gotta do this. I'm like, well, bro, can I just post the video and then like we can see what happens? Because like I guarantee this AI education tool that I did, that made me do their scripts, which is fine. Their scripts did good. I got some bonuses off of them, which I don't even care about the bonus. Like, I don't like, that's not what I care about. Like, I want to give you a successful account. Like, and I knew that it was the most success I've had is from the character. And since it was also in the education space, I was going to try to do the TA thing with the studying. And I think if I had done that more, I think it could have been successful. Like, who knows what would have happened. But at the end of the day, they're running the bit, they're paying the bill. And so like, I'll do, at that moment, I am, I'll do what you say. Like, I don't have a problem with that. You want me to read your script? Like, I'll read your script. It's easy. Makes my job easier. Like, I want to I want to put like the critical thinking into it. But if whatever the brand says goes, they got the gold. So
Yeah, bro. Dude, I just let you ramble there because you're a wealth of knowledge. In there, baked in there was the full formula and game plan for what like the action items, what the doing, what the actual job is of being a UGC creator and what your daily doing action items deliverables are. So that was absolutely fire. I want to
Thank you.
oh, and then to touch on, dude, you said the mindset side of like, oh, okay, I just had a 20K month, and then the next month rolls around and it's like, oh, dude, why am I at $3,400? Like, do I suck? And then it's like, no, it's just a pullback, bro. Relax. It's gonna be fine. And that goes back again to like not falling into life. Like you do a 120K month and you're like, I'm buying a Lambo, and
Yeah, bro.
you
It's
know,
like,
but I want to zoom out a little bit, and I want to ask a negative perspective bias question. Okay, fictitious character, target market audience. I have a 9 to 5. I've never done anything entrepreneurial. This is all I'm hearing. This all sounds great. This sounds like I can do this. I can learn this 100%. But if we zoom out outside of just UGC and look at the what we would refer to as the creator economy as a whole, is this just a consumer fad, or is this have staying power? Is this going to be around in 10, 15, 20 years? Like, am I too late, or can I start this now and this still has like a propensity to scale? What's the vibe?
dude, that is such a good question. And I love that you asked that because that is such a concern. It's definitely a concern for people that don't understand it, like older people. My dad was telling my brother like, "Oh, is this sustainable?" Whatever. Here's the reality, folks. This is a 102 bajillion. I would bet the farm on everything I've ever done. This will be around no matter what. I mean, content has been around like for a long time. Like this is not a new thing. It's just been more accessible to everyone. Um, now, and I'll give you some real life examples as to why. Because obviously, I can have, we both can have bias because we work in this. But here is like how I can maybe express to you guys on like on an outside perspective, or at least what I've seen in real life, and not just through a screen on the why I think this is going to be a big economy, and why it is already. It's big. There's a lot of opportunity. It's easier now than ever, and it's only going to get more difficult. But at the end of the day, like if you want to be a creator, like you will, like it's just how much are you willing to envelop yourself in this and like truly embrace the ups and downs that's going to take. But what I will say is, dude, I was in Santa Monica a month ago, like literally a month ago, like probably today or maybe tomorrow. It was a TikTok shop. It was for I know I told you about this. It was for Social Army agency. Okay, so I went to it. Dude, by the way, bro, got so much free shit. Best thing I got, guys. Also, another perk of this. Best thing I got. Show you because I have it right here. If you can see it, JBL speaker.
Let's go.
For free, bro. Free speaker, dude. This is $100. This is $99. And I go up to the thing and we're talking. I was like, we were one of the first ones to get to their booth, and we were like, and I was like, oh, do you guys have any samples? Thinking maybe they give me like a bag or something or whatever. And then, dude, she puts this in the bag. I was like, dude, I literally was like whispering in my bag. I was like, dude, no way. She's like,
I need one of those.
I was like, bro. And then, dude, everyone started going up there. Dude, like 5 minutes later, they were gone. My friend couldn't get one, and super blessed, bro. Like, I mean, just it was so fun to be there. And okay, but I go to this event
real quick. I want you to keep going, but I want to touch on that real quick. I tell my students and everybody, bro, the coolest, the like cooler than all the money, cooler than the skill you learn. Like the coolest part about this, bro, like I don't shop anymore. If there's something I want, I email I find a way to get in contact with a sales rep or like just customer service. I email the brand. I'm like, yo, here's my platforms. Here's my shoppable content. Like, here's my and just like send me this. I want this. Yeah. And they're like, oh, dude, no problem. Absolutely. We'll send it to you and we'll even pay you to review it. And I'm like, oh, dude, sick, bro. Like that, the free stuff era is it's so cool, bro. You imagine never having to shop for anything and just whatever you want. You're like, yo, brand, send me this. And they're like, oh, dude, of course.
That's so lit, bro. That is the nice thing with this, especially the product-based stuff. And like, yeah, dude. I mean, they want to give you stuff, guys. These brands they want to give you free stuff because you don't understand how much value you hold as a person, just as a human, especially going into like the era of authenticity that we're in. People want like authentic stuff. Like we will be getting to a point the internet will be a place where like it will truly be like a Ready Player One type thing. Like I think one day,
Yeah, bro.
and like it's gonna be like the social profiles that we're building right now are gonna be basically like your person, like your persona.
Yep.
And like it will be like the more authentic you can be, and you can take your real life and put it into the internet, the more success you'll have because people could be able to connect with it easier. And uh, and that's not just something you can do in like a day. Like that's obviously you build up, like and you just play, have the short term, have the midterm, have the long term. Like that's all you need to worry about. You don't got to worry about like every little decision you make. There's only a few things really that you can. There's only, especially at our age, there's only a few things that you can really do that can really change the trajectory of your life like drastically. Most of the decisions you're going to make, like that you guys are afraid to make, it's not really going to matter anyway. It'll lead you to the same point. But okay, so but with this affiliate stuff, like with the getting products. Okay, so yeah, they want to give you stuff. Got so much shit, bro. Like curl cream, freaking dude, my new hairbrush that is like amazing because like it doesn't. It's like 55% less break. Like hairbrush, like this gut cleanse, like all these supplements, like everything, and um, and so but we go, and the point I want to make with this is basically, okay, this social army, my friend he's in the agency, and he said the first one they ever had was on a rooftop bar. There was 12 brands, open bar, just 12 brands, hang out, super small.
Yeah.
This one was probably about 100 brands. Okay, like much bigger. Okay, but dude, the first of all, okay, yes, like for one, lots of brands, like 100 brands, that's a lot of brands. But I could see, you could feel it if you have the mindset to like see past the present moment and kind of like gauge what's going to be happening, dude. Like I and this is already happening with other agencies and stuff, but like that Santa Monica event where it was 100 brands outside tents, like dude, in a year or two, it's going to be in a warehouse and there's going to be 1,000 of them. Like that's just what's going to happen.
Yep.
And also live shit. Okay, TikTok live. Here's why TikTok live is so like people like y'all see the numbers and stuff and think it's whatever. If you don't believe it, here's the and this is I learned this very like soon with TikTok live, which is I'm very happy I did. This is why TikTok live is so like why you can make so much from it. Because you can sell to multiple people at once, and like you can basically sell to multiple people at once. That's like the bottom line. Same thing with videos, obviously, but when you're live streaming, people are scrolling. If you get 30, you have a dude. My buddy was selling like these popper things, these little handheld like popping like game things.
Yeah,
Have
like
you ever saw those?
the ADHD
Dude,
toys.
yes, bro. Dude, he was selling those like, dude, he's having a sale like every 2 seconds, bro. He's making bank on his account. And because while we were checking in and watching, dude, I don't know a single occupation or job that you can sell multiple things at once like that. It just doesn't exist. It's impossible. The internet's the only reason why we can do it in the first place because
Yep.
like we can be connected with multiple people at once. So that's why you can make so much money from like TikTok Shop and just affiliate marketing in general. This UGC as far as selling the products because people obviously watch your video, they'll buy it. But on a live aspect, you get 100 people in your live, 20 of them could be buying your product at once. So that can never happen in any other sort of sales job. Like, you have to do one sale at a time. So that's that. But dude, saw this girl. So they did an inside room with all these TikTok live setup, headset, QVC total type vibe.
That's actually
selling
so
the stuff.
crazy,
I'm sure
bro.
you guys have seen it. What?
I just said that's so crazy. The
It was
QVCification
crazy
live time.
in real time. But here's where I know this is going nowhere is I saw, and it was just in this one moment, I saw a girl, dude, we're at a table and they're talking to us. And I shout out the brand. I can't remember which one it is. I have their thing is some workout brand. And this girl, all makeup, like freaking looked like out of Hungry Games, bro. Like, cause she had like the hyper makeup so it pops on the screen better.
Yep.
And she got the live camera phone in front of her, and it's like the rest of the world doesn't exist, and she's just talking to them, and she's like doing dances and stuff, and talking and buy this, da 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 da. And I'm looking at this, I'm seeing all these brands, and everyone's here, and it's new, and like Dylan's and my buddy Dylan's telling me, like where it was and now where it is, and then that I was like, dude, like this is like as far as monetizing, like there's never been anything more monetizable. Like
Literally.
there's so much money to be made in this, and it's such a like the people that are involved in it aren't stopping anytime soon.
Yep.
So like, dude, on a creator aspect, the creators that are in it are not stopping, and like unless the internet shuts down, this is going nowhere. This is only going to ramp up, and it is not like as much as competitive as it can be. At the end of the day, the biggest thing, most valuable thing that takes the most time to build is the personal brand. It's never too late to do that, especially right now. Again, if you show up every day and you post and you are willing to, because people will eventually rely on you. People are expecting you to show up every day. You got a following of 1 million followers. You can't just ghost. You'll ingrain it in your lifestyle.
Yes.
It's kind of what will happen. And so, like, this is going nowhere, bro. Like this is going to be the biggest, like the people that get involved will be a part of like the biggest transfer of wealth we have ever seen. We are seeing 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds making $100K a month, bro. Like I had a conversation with the top two, and here's another thing: like, don't be afraid to pay for knowledge, bro. Like I spent like $100 or $150 to talk with the number 2 creator of the number 2 product on TikTok shop. It's a cat litter box.
Yep.
Name's Colton. And dude, in the month of September and the month of October, he made 50K commission both months.
Yes.
100K in 2 months, bro. Like that's not happening anywhere else. Now, granted, yes, he's the top creator, but like, dude, you show up, anything can happen, bro, and you will make more than your job. So if you're not dead set on some sort of career path that's very niche and like, very particular, like lawyer, doctor, etc. You guys heard this before. Like, I highly encourage this. I enjoy. It's a lot of fun. It puts me in a mindset that's, I think, very important. It puts me at a forefront that's very like the reason I got so into this. I was like, dude. I mean, and still, it's a blue ocean. So like if you are willing to work hard, like you can really get so much out of this, and you can become in the next 3 years, the guy people are going to for questions, and you build the community, and you provide value to people, because like, unfortunately, there are a lot of people that will just like take screenshots of other people's lives and try to sell a course and whatever. And like, those people are going to get a quick buck.
Yep.
But they're not going to actually like get the bread.
No
and
staying
like,
power.
What's up?
They won't have staying power, bro.
No, they'll just they'll fade away. Like, and that's fine. Like, if you are about this, then you will be in this. And then all that other stuff, like you will provide enough value where obviously you're always going to have people that in any course or anything, because it can't, not everyone's business is going to be able to flow the same as yours. That's just never how it works, because there's so many variables in what we do. And timing is a huge thing in general in business, getting somewhere first, whatever. There's always gonna be people that are gonna be like, say it's a scam. Yep. But if it is real, and somebody says it's a scam and it is real, chances are they're probably just not willing to do the work. And that's that's people, because they'll spend the money and then realize it's a lot of work, or make excuses. They might not be in the right mindset to fully invest in themselves. Hopefully, if they're spending a few grand, because it's like, dude, like you want to learn how to make 10K a month. Like, you're either going to have to mess up a lot, get in a good position where like you can, you're willing to grind and like just encapsulate everything and take everything. That's kind of like me with this, because I didn't spend anything other than basically my time to get into the position I'm at right now. And I mean, a few things, like I said, I spent money on that. And even that interview, bro, like, I mean, like just that, because I was like, well, dude, like I want to talk to this guy. I want to see like TikTok shop. I want to learn, like, see what he's, doing, what he recommends because I didn't know what I was gonna do with my account. And like, bro, it's like, and then when you are making that money, you can invest in that and you can learn way faster. It's like, dude, how fast do you want to learn? Like if I told you, hey, you can make 10K a month, but you gotta spend, 2, 3K a month, or not 2, 3K a month, but 2, 3K. It's like, yeah, it's a lot if you haven't made 10K, but like you'll learn a skill. And Alex Ramosi says this too. He's like, dude, the best thing you can invest in is yourself. Like if you have 100K, bro,
Yep.
like you're not going to multiply that by the biggest multiplier you're going to do is multiplying that into yourself by like learning a skill. And then like you can start to make like significant money per month. There's no investment that's going to make you 20, 30K a month other than a business that the risk is contingent on the skills that you develop and like what you learn, like, and what you're willing to put into it as well. Cause like you do have to work hard. You got to work smart though. Like you have to put systems in place. Like you can hustle your way to 10K a month. Okay. But you can't like, dude, 20, 30, 40, like 50K post a month. Like, dude, you have systems in place. You are not exchanging your time for money. You have probably people under you that are like doing certain tasks and you're paying them and you're taking on all the risk as well. You probably have a lot of overhead. Okay. That's the other thing is like, maybe not so with content. What's nice, it's beautiful about this. What I tell people, tell my brother this. Okay. Cause he looked down on people that would spend money on, and he still kind of does, but he's getting better. Looks down on people that spend money on like courses and stuff. And I'm just like, well, dude, like, you want to learn this faster. So he'll ask me for advice and I'll tell him, like, dude, like, I'm putting you on some game. So just like be grateful that I'm doing this, like, which I'll do. But like, sometimes when it's like, I don't even get like, thank you, bro. Like, come on. Like, but whatever. I mean, like, I don't, like, you're my brother, but I will say, like, you're not setting your own self up because you got to understand that, like, there's got to be in business, we're playing this game called business and, what if you want to get something or learn something from someone, like you're, gonna have to do something in return. Like that's just how this works. And
Yep.
and that's not like a holding over a head thing. That's just exchange of goods, basically. And in this case, with especially the high volume that I do with the softwares, I mean, dude, you can everyone listening to this, you can find agencies right now, and you can go and you can start making content for effectively $0 out of pocket.
You have
Right
a
now.
phone. You already own
You
a
have
phone.
you have your phone, okay? Like, okay, yeah, you have to buy a phone, but like, bro, you have a phone, okay? Like, you're listening to this on your phone. Like, everyone has a phone. So, dude, like, in the TikTok shop shit too. Like, yeah, the most skin in the game you have to do is like buy a product, and then like, from if you have no experience and you can't get any free samples, dude. I know some people that didn't even have a product, and
Bro,
like, and
low key, you don't need a product, bro. I
yeah,
guarantee
bro.
100%. You can go around your room, your house, you will find something that's on TikTok, bro. You
Yeah.
100%.
Yes. So you can do this out of pocket. All it takes is just like the work of making the video and the videos and like just being consistent,
Work.
showing up every day. What?
I said work.
Yeah, work. But like it ends up just being like, yeah, this is what I'm doing. And that's another thing is like making like these tasks of posting a lot just into your habit. And once you do it for a certain amount of time, I'd say like a month, is like, if you can do it for a month straight, really push yourself and be like, dude, okay, 2, 3 videos a day every single day or whatever. For me, I was just like, I was going from making no money and working my butt off to like this blue ocean. I was in the bloodiest ocean of text blasting real estate agents for wholesaling like deals, and it was like so competitive. And going from that to like this blue ocean was like the biggest blessing ever. And so like that's why I was so like, because I was already hungry and I was just like, yo, like give me it all, bro. Like and so and there's just nobody here, and the people that are here, the demographics here are people that are 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, like at least for what I do with this with side shift specifically. And I'm like, dude, everyone just wants to make a few bucks, and like I'm the only one, dude. I was like the only one I knew that was doing it full time. Like we did a call with side shift with like 60 creators, and like, dude, it was me, my brother, and like a few other people out of 60 creators that were doing it full time. Um, and uh, and I was like, dude, once I stacked up these contracts and I had a little nest egg, and I was like, okay, yeah, dude, give me it all. And effectively, I was contractually making money with $0 out of my pocket, which is very like that is not normal, like in business, guys. That there's no business that you can really go into without having some sort of overhead, like whatsoever, or just expense up front. Now, as this gets more competitive, and as the ones that go to the forefront start to teach this, which is what I want to get into, truly because I actually enjoy like talking about this and like and breaking down the concepts. That you can learn this way faster and you can get success way faster, but it's obviously it'll cost you, and then but it really is just like, okay, like how, like you can sniff them out pretty quick, and it might be it could be a $2,000 mistake, if you spend the money and then like you realize, like this actually, this isn't as valuable as I thought. But I will say, the ones that are doing it, bro, like they'll be able to sling it and talk about it and continue, and they'll be passionate about it, and they'll be able to like, they'll come from a place of like, wanting to help people, but also like, there is a something to be said about, you learn a high value skill, you can monetize that because it is valuable to learn how to make 10K a month in a formatted way, a package deal, that's gonna step by step guide you at least to get some deals under your belt, because that's like the hardest part at first. Because dude, I tell people this all the time: a 1 million view video. Okay, let's say you have a brand deal and that 1 million views pays you $1,000. If you were just looking at it at face value, that video pays you $1,000. But in reality, that video does not pay you $1,000, because what happens is that video ends up being your golden ticket to be able to get another deal, and now you have another opportunity. Okay, so like for me, I had a video that paid me. I had a video that six mil. By the way, bro, I was getting dogged. I was getting robbed in broad daylight by this company. At first, they were paying me, bro. Guess how much I got paid off a 6 mil video?
$1,000.
Yes, $1,000, bro. like. Now it's different. So I renegotiated. That's the other thing. Once you get leverage, you renegotiate, and that's the other thing. Being professional with that. We renegotiated. I won't renegotiate if I even need to. Even if like I just had another video hit 10 mil on Instagram, I won't renegotiate for probably another. From when I got that second contract from them, probably for another 90 days at least before I even consider it, just from a professional standpoint. But I would say, okay, so you can go to like 6 million view video. That didn't just pay me $1,000. That got me 3 deals that were paying me $35 a video, and I was doing, a video at least a day for them. So that's an extra $100 a day basically. But some of them was more because I was doing 2 for some. So what I'll do to evaluate these deals, Jake, is I will take, and this is for anyone listening, like this is how deal evaluation, it's always different. I'd love to hear your thoughts on like with the products, because I'm not very educated in that, as far as like evaluating those. But with these deals, how it works is they'll pay you a base. You have expected deliverables. I think they give me, it can be anywhere from like, they might have like a minimum and a maximum for videos. And then they'll have, which usually like the maximum's pretty high, like, but if you make more, you can make more. Chances are you probably have other deals too. So basically, but what you'll do is with these deals specifically, when it's a base rate plus the bonuses, is I will look at, okay, what is the cost per video are they paying me? Because you'll get prorated at whatever okay, so let's say you get, it's $600 for 30 videos. That's $20 a video. So you'll get prorated at these videos. But then also, okay, what platforms are you posting on? Because if it's 600 for 30 videos, but I got to post on multiple platforms, that dilutes the deal. So if I have a deal that's 500, but 20 videos, that's $25 a video, and I only have to post on TikTok, that's worth more, in my opinion, than a video that I maybe have to do 35, and I post once a day, and it's 30 videos, and I got to post on both platforms, especially depending on the creative stuff and how much work they're asking, and if lay back of the brand, and there's so many factors that go into it. It really just depends on what you're looking to get out of it as well. But that's what I would say is just like looking at those aspects is like the cost per video, how many videos you're getting per month, because that also is going to play into the strength of the account. If you're doing 60, I recommend every UGC brand to be doing 60 videos at least a month, because it's just the volume is just it just compounds. I would say the delta between 30 and 60 is probably like, I don't know if it's more is the most, but like it's just insane how different it is. It can be when you're doing 2 a day versus, because it really isn't just double. It really does compound more. But yeah, like I would love to hear your breakdown on like how you evaluate your product deals from like a commission base, and like if there's a base and stuff like that. I think that'd be valuable for them to hear as well.
100%. And why I think that, dude, this is so beautiful. 100%, because we do the same thing, but we operate completely different businesses. I'm running a square and you're running a rectangle, but it's the same thing, and it's so cool. But so the way that I do it is a little different, right? So I have a flat rate UGC fee. So, hey, I will create this shoppable content for you for X fee, which is usually somewhere in the ballpark of $100 to $200. I film this video, one deliverable, you pay me this flat rate fee. Now, if it is a product that like it's advantageous for me, I want it, right? Like a wood grain sauna, $1,000 sauna. I want the sauna. Brand reaches out to me, yo, like what would it cost to do this? And I'm like, bro, just send me the product, bro, because like I'll waive my fee because I want it, right?
Yeah.
And so we'll do that. I will negotiate a increased commission percentage on all sales generated in perpetuity, which is usually, let's say it's a 5% commission. I'll say, look, give me a 10% commission for 90 days, and we'll see how much revenue I generate. And then if I'm driving good traffic, we'll keep it going. As well, there's another different model where I can actually do licensing rights where, hey, I will sell you. So I'm going to post this and it's going to be an asset that I own, and it will drive traffic and you will get sales and I will get the commission. Or what we can do, I can make the video and you can own, I'm going to sell you the video. So my likeness in this video, you can use it in your marketing assets, but you're going to have to buy it from me, and the licensing fee is going to be $1,000 for a 6-month period. And in 6 months, if you like this video, it's driving traffic for you, it's doing really well, let's renegotiate. And so that's how I look at it. Now, as far as viability for the product, there are a couple of different factors. And again, I do TikTok Shop and Amazon Influencer. Totally different, literally entirely different. But specifically talking about Amazon Influencer, really what it is, so there's a top line carousel, which is where your influencer videos show up. By the way, what Amazon Influencer is it's videos that people that are in the program have done, and when someone clicks onto the listing video, and then they see related videos, which are not the brand videos, but they're influencer videos, they watch that video, then you get cookies on their account for the next 24 hours. If they buy anything on Amazon, you get a commission for that sale.
Oh,
which
wow.
which is diabolical, bro. It's diabolical. And so it's a volume game, right? And so what I look for is top carousel. Top carousel can hold 7 videos. Merchants can have as many videos as they want, but if a merchant doesn't have a video at all, there is no top carousel, doesn't exist. So ideally, the merchant will have 1 video, which means there's 6 influencer slots available in the top carousel. I look for high revenue with low competition. So say there's 1 or 3 videos from the merchant. So there's 4 to 5 spots open for influencer videos, and the carousel's not full. Meaning, if I do a review of this product today, right now, and I upload it, I'm immediately in top line carousel. So I have a path to revenue right away. So that's what I'm looking for there. And on TikTok, I'm always looking for a 4.0. I just want the seller and the product rating. I want the product to have sales velocity. There are other videos that are doing well, and you can use SaaS products like Go Viral to figure this out. And like basically, good artist copy, great artist steal. Literally, stop overthinking this. Go find another creator that's crushing it and carbon copy their video. I mean,
literally, bro,
dude,
just to get started, dude. Just to get like started, and then you can start diving into the creative of your own mind,
And then on the back end of your affiliate back end on TikTok, you have, just as sellers have ratings, you have a rating for like how good you're doing as an affiliate based on the products that you, one, the sales you're generating, and two, the products you're picking to promote for. And so you always want to be picking product sellers that are a 4.0 star. It's based on a 5-star system, 4 and above, and have sales velocity and is going viral right now. That's basically the criteria I'm looking for. And then again, like sort of when you're trying to see success in this market, it's really it's honestly spaghetti at the wall. You just keep doing it until something works. If something flops, nobody cares, bro. Like,
Yeah, bro.
oh, it got
Literally
300
nobody.
views. Nobody even saw it anyway, so who cares? Post another
No,
one,
seriously, that's the big thing. Is like nobody freaking saw it, bro, because
dude.
it flopped.
Literally,
Maybe your friend from your hometown that like probably doesn't. Not, people from your hometown that probably don't want you to succeed because like because you're gonna make them feel insecure. And that's the other thing. Like I think a lot of people fear like like shining because they don't want to make other people feel insecure. That's
yep,
how I felt for a very long time,
yep,
and that's not like a it's not bad. Like that's not like a that you're not doing yourself or anyone any favors by like having that mindset. If even if you think like yo like I think that's just a very valid thing. People are afraid to like have all eyes on you, type shit, and and so just guys, like you being successful can be like having success is like you will have eyes on you and people will say everything under the sun, like I'm sure so many people talk whatever, and so I like it just about my content. I posted on my story and stuff, like um get like a little bit of the cred, like on that aspect, get people in my DMs being like, yo, what are you doing, bro? Like this is fire. And I'll tell them and stuff, and I want to see people succeed as much as like I want to succeed. And when you kind of have that, you stop caring about like, yo, do I need to, you know, dial back? Do I need to hold back my potential to like because everyone around me is, not, I'm gonna outshine everyone. And the reality is you're just gonna you'll outgrow, people. You outgrow people all the time, and I think the hardest part is when you're growing up because we're around the same people, just location based.
yep,
That's the only reason why like you know you grew up with friends that like you grew up because you guys sat next to each other or something. Like you could be friends with someone, like especially guys. Like I feel like, dude, you have the same. I have the same friends from like middle school to like like from like elementary to like high school and like college even. And I mean, still talk to some of them. Um, and but like I don't know, dude. It's just it can be very especially when you're if you're from a smaller town or something, you can feel scared to want to stand out. And really, dude, I don't know, like if you want to, if you want to, that if that's part of success for me is like, yo, if you want to get what other people don't have, you have to be willing to do what other people aren't willing to do. And that is, in this case, as many as much as there are a lot of creators and a lot of talk about this, like there's still a ton of people that aren't doing it. And especially the younger you are, I mean, really, just I mean, I honestly think anyone like can just pick up the camera and do it.
yep.
But genuinely, guys, if you are like, if I was in high school right now, bro, I don't even know like if I'd be going to school so like I'm thankful I graduated and just got all my stuff done that I needed to do because I was like, dude, ChatGPT would be doing my homework. I'd be like just trying to go viral on TikTok Shop or like whatever. I'd be trying to just go viral online because you're just like that is really like the fastest way. And then and then like if you dial in like on if you look at the longer term or even just the midterm, because I haven't been doing this particularly long, but I do like treat it as a craft. If you treat it as such, then like you can provide value by other means other than just doing it, by like teaching other people how to do it, talking to people, like running it, scaling up to an agency where you're now managing these types of deals. And there's a lot more exits or just ways to make money that like are 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 created out of thin fucking air, excuse my language, but because like you just did one skill, you know, creating content opens doors that are more than just like the money you make from like the content itself. At least right now with how new it is and how many people are eager to learn and want to learn and how much nuance there is. And if you can craft it, teach it, and talk about it, you'll be successful no matter what.
Bro. To go back to something you said, because I have something so valuable. This might be the most valuable thing I've ever said on the entire
Okay.
internet forever. Bro, when it comes to being quote unquote the one or Neo or a chosen one or like in the public eye, shining bright, it is incomprehensible for you to equate to what the butterfly effect of your life could be. I'm going to say a crazy example, but like you can't measure it, dude. Imagine you're just being and by the way, authenticity is a skill set. It's honed. You hone it
Yeah.
through practice and experience. You're going through a depressing day, you're having a hard day, and you make a video talking about your mental state and how you battle that and deal with it. 6 months later, someone that's on the verge of considering control alt deleting themselves sees your video in their algorithm, and it causes a shift in them. They have a moment where they recognize it. They reach out to you and they say, hey, thank you for this like really changed my mind. And then 20 years down the road, they end up becoming a scientist and curing cancer. We don't know. The butterfly effect of you shining in your purpose on purpose it is insane, immeasurable what it could do for the world. There are people that are going to be meaningful specifics in the future that will be inspired by your process and your journey, and those people will not become what they're supposed to become if you don't become what you're supposed to become. So it is your moral duty and obligation to be the best version of yourself, 100%.
Yes, bro.
It's big, bro.
I'm so happy you said that, dude, because that definitely, like, I'm gonna remember that, and that definitely kicked in a lot of viewers because that is so true. I never really thought of it like that. Thank you.
Yeah, bro. Dude, another thing, because I want to touch this. This is huge. The golden goose here, right? The what I consider the Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, the golden ticket, is building a personal brand. Fully, authentically externalizing your creative passions. You know, I like motorcycles. I like rebuilding stuff. This is my creative passion right here. I like having conversations with people about success and growth and business and ideas and hopefully helping someone else win. This is what I love. This by itself, without anything in the back end, this is hard to monetize. Just off of CPM, you know, you have to be quite large in order to be able to get a brand deal that's fully self-sustaining. Off of if ad revenue and AdSense on a personal brand on YouTube is your primary income stream, you've got to be pretty large up to be able to make that a sustainable livelihood. So you need something, a skill, a product or a service that is going to be able to bridge that gap between who you are now and who you want to become, the vision you've set out for yourself. So effectively, I'm not super like yes, I'm passionate. You, by the way, you'll build a passion for things that you do on the regular. Like, you
Mm-hmm.
know, a lot of this
Yeah.
stuff that we're doing daily, it's clerical work and it's like kind of monotonous and boring. But like
Mm.
when you zoom out and look at the whole process, you can find a love and you can find and nurture a passion for user generated content. But still though,
Mm.
my creative passions are riding motorcycles, fitness, you know, talking about spirituality, entrepreneurship, sharing the gospel. That's my passions. But to get those to a scale where they're monetized, I need to have something in the back end that allows me to be outside of the financial matrix. And this,
Mm.
dude, just so everyone understands, I started entrepreneurship in 2017. I've done Amazon FBA. I've done over $500,000 in Amazon FBA. I started with $3,500. Okay. You have COGS, cost of goods sold. So when I'm averaging a 25% margin on my product over a 90-day flip rate, dude, if I want to do a 50K month, which I did in 2020, I have to invest $30,000 to $35,000 in inventory in order to do that. Okay. Then after that, I VC funded venture capital, raised $650,000 to build a CPG brand in the EDM space. Okay. Consumer packaged goods that was a flow arts company. Okay. Now I have to house this inventory. I have to do UI UX. I have to do the marketing. I have to have a full front end dev team. Like I have to manage people that are doing my fulfillment. There's a bunch of skills. This is hard. This is a lot of stuff. UGC, learning this skill set, there's literally no barrier to entry. There's no COGS, no cost of goods sold. You're not housing anything. This is, I don't want to say easy, because things that are easy to do are also easy not to do. Simple is definitely something that describes this. This is the lowest hanging fruit business model that we've, as human beings in the human history, has ever seen. Literally, the only barrier to entry is to be articulate in front of a camera, and not even that, dude. The magic of
Yeah.
video editing, you
Yeah,
can
bro.
cut your filler words out, and it's no big deal, bro. So like, you should just start, and then the golden ticket, right, is as time goes on and you build this skill set, you become more affluent and articulate on camera. Now you're building your creative endeavors. Now you can take what your creative passions are outside of this that you want to monetize, build a personal brand up to critical mass, where now you're literally just doing what you love all the time and getting paid to exist. That's what we're spelling out for you how to do. It's phenomenal. And by the way, abundance is abundant. There's enough room in this industry that
Yeah,
literally everyone can do this.
literally, there is 100%, bro. It is so. It is such a just golden opportunity. I mean, especially right now, like, and we'll see as this grows. How what barriers possibly get put up and whatever. Which I don't. Social media will always be free because we're the product. So like, we like it. That's never going to be a cost. Um, it If you are like trying to make money online, this truly is number one, and especially for males, for guys. If you're to the guys listening to this, um, girls kill on content. Just any content with girls is going to be better.
Low key, they
Just
have an
I think,
unfair advantage, bro. Low key.
yeah. So if you're a guy and you can kill on content, that makes you even more valuable. So like, if you just treat it as like, yo, like for me, I was like, yo, I want to just learn because I want to be like the savage that can talk about this, and just be like in this space and be able to contribute to helping people, and I want to ask questions that people aren't asking, so I have answers that people don't know, and then I can and I can express that as well. That's why I'm huge on asking questions, and you never be afraid to ask questions. Like, even if you think it's a dumb question, just ask the question because you won't understand it if you don't. Um, this there is no overhead. There is your phone, bro. Your phone, and that's it. And you can make thousands of dollars per month, like probably more than you're making at your job, doing this. Like genuinely, like, dude, give it, like, obviously some people are gonna go faster than others. More people are, depending on your personality and whatnot. But if you genuinely put yourself in front of the camera and you show up for 90 days, I I I have a very hard time believing that you don't make any money. Especially with the TikTok shop stuff, because that stuff's literally like, you can pull up. Yes, you have to get an account. There's ways around that as well. But Amazon, I mean, like I don't know if there's like a follower thing for that.
Little bit.
Is there, or can you?
Little bit. It's one barrier to entry, and it's not based on there's not a quantitative metric of you need this many followers. It's more just like you're a real person. The account that you're applying with is who your personal brand is built around, and it's based
Okay.
on engagement rate. So literally, you can build a new TikTok, post 3 to 5 times a day for a week, and get approved. No problem.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, I mean, you know, um, it really is like, and it is, and here's the thing, like, all of these are bigger, like, you're gonna get big fish, and you can stack deals, and I'm stacking, I stack deals, like, I have a good base, like, even just with, so like for what I'm doing. So I know, like, at least that's covered. But like, but bro, I mean, like, you you're stacking cash basically, because then you're going to execute into some other sort of product or something that is going to help you scale to like a higher measure, where, because for me, I don't want to just rely on the content. Like the content makes great money, and let's make great money, but like, let's have you just want multiple streams of income. So like, if you can use that money that you're taking to like invest in other things, yourself or other businesses or whatever, um and do that, then you'll set yourself up to never have to worry. you'll always be abundant, and as long as you have that mindset, you really never gonna have to worry about anything. But I highly recommend, I put all my worries. God has a plan for all of us. I put all my worries in God's hands. Anytime if you're feeling anxious, if you're worried, things, worry about what you can control. Like obviously, there's so many things you can't control, and so when you're dealing with a lot of things that you can't control and you need to worry about things that you can control because you need, if you're running certain things, managing people has been like a very big thing. Like for me recently, like how, the agency model is really the way to scale this stuff next. But I'm more so interested in the product model, as far as, well, a few things. Like I'm working on my content right now because I'm strategizing a few different things, but I do want to create some sort of aspect with this UGC, considering now I've essentially made 4 people, almost 5 now. He's about to get his first deal, get a deal in this, and have like basically started to do this and can make some money from it. And some of them are doing it full time. I do want to teach people how to do this. I think like there's a value. I used to like, I'm not as, now that I have gotten to a point where I have the receipts myself of like making this, it's not just conceptual. Like it, I think I'm at least what I'm doing. Depending on, I think the scale of how much you can make on this stuff is quite infinite. I mean,
Yeah.
there's people making, like I said, 100K a month, 200K a month. I mean, like obviously the higher you go, the less percent of people are doing that. But it really can go, especially some of these deals, as you grow profiles, you unlock more monetization tools, your YouTube shorts, as you grow your thing, those eventually will be monetized. Your TikTok will be monetized. Instagram doesn't monetize, but your TikTok can be monetized. You can get money from that and from the brand, and from the YouTube shorts and from the brand. And so like that can, add to, whatever the bonuses you're getting. And there's just so many ways to go about it. But I eventually am going to scale this to basically teaching people how to do it. I have a software I'm working on that I want to like make exclusive to creators in the space. And then basically working on that and growing just multiple businesses, and then obviously can invest in more traditional methods as well, and newer methods. Obviously, crypto, Bitcoin's gonna freaking skyrocket.
Don't get me started,
whether you
bro.
whether you want to believe it or not. What's up?
I said, don't get me started, bro.
dude, yeah, bro. I almost, bro, like I'm like, yeah, because I almost leveraged the 10x. Like I couldn't figure it out or whatever. So, but I did put like, I threw like 20 in when Bitcoin is like a 106. I'm down like 2K or whatever. But like,
Wait on it.
Yeah, no, fuck, dude. Like no, it's just like it's essentially. I mean, it just left my high yield savings. So like, I was just like, it basically doesn't exist, So that's the other thing with this shit, guys. Is like money just shows up. So like so it's like money just comes. So like you're not like, and then it's like, yeah, I can throw money into the stock market, I can throw money into Bitcoin or whatever, and it'll just sit there and grow. And then and then obviously, and then dude, because my whole thing is like, I'm essentially gonna get all my accounts as invest all my stuff as much as possible, and then like I want to do the life insurance thing once I start to make a lot of money. But which I won't like break down like the whole thing, especially because I don't think I'm the best person to explain that. But as far as just, if you guys that are listening, learn about borrowing against stuff, because like that is really like the key to that is like the probably the second piece to, like, once you make an active income, how to preserve that active income, and like, one, pay a little tax, and two, essentially protect yourself. You'll be in debt, essentially for the rest of your life. Yep. But you'll effectively play into a system that is encouraging you to do so, like encouraging the wealthy. That's why the wealthy stay wealthy, because they're not using their cash, they're borrowing against assets that they own, and the money that it costs for them.
It's not taxable.
Yeah, exactly. Loans are not taxable, guys. So if you have a brokerage account, a stock account with $100,000 and you can borrow 50% of that, you can get for $50,000 not taxed. It's only going to cost you the interest on it, which that depends on whatever the interest rate's at. And 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, the interest rate is going to be lower than the tax you would pay on it. Effectively, you're borrowing that 50K
for free.
So basically, you just can never borrow more. You can never borrow up to as much as you have in there. So the key is to take your active income when you make hella bread online, get that stuff invested. To a certain point, though, you want to get to 30K a month, 50K a month. Like you'll be investing in yourself for a while. But and that can be just time. That can be spending money on courses or on knowledge to get stuff faster. Spending stuff on overhead, on systems in your business. But once you're getting there and you're making 10, 20, 30K a month, or having those kinds of months, and you can effectively start really ramping up your investing side of things, which I'm not even at where I'm at right now. I throw some in, obviously, because it's you need to beat inflation, but like even like until like once I'm making 100K a month, like then dude, I mean, because once you get to 100K vested, like it's so much easier to get it, like grow. So that's like my goal is basically get there, and then yeah, I mean, just keep throwing. It's just like you're just not gonna make, like, your returns are just gonna be way higher on your business. So like until you're making like a ton, it's really I mean, it really just depends. It really depends on like what you know about investing, and obviously like something like I'd say crypto is probably the most advantageous as far as like making the big chunks of like money.
Yep.
Getting 10-15% on your stock, borrow against your shit. You're never going to sell it ever. You'll never sell, and then you just always will be in debt. But that's not a bad thing. Like Dave Ramsey obviously has his approach, and that works for like 99% of people that like are going to live like a life where they're not taking active risk every day.
Yep.
Which is totally fine, but like it's not bad. Like leveraging debt is a very real thing. Like if you have money, even if it's not yours, you can make money.
Yep.
It is so much easier, guys, to make money when you have money. Like I do just the sheer example of like me buying more phones so I could get more deals like that. I needed money to do that. Like I didn't need a lot of money, and I honestly got quite the return. But like even when I was wholesaling, bro, like I need to pay for VAs, I need to pay for texting, I need to pay for all that stuff, like to be able to return. If I make 10K, I might spend 4, and then I made 6 in profit. Okay, and then so on and so forth. And that's like good. Like even most business models, bro, most traditional business models, you're making like, I don't know, what's the profit margin, like 20%, 30%. Some SaaSes, bro.
Yeah.
Like SaaSes now are like 50% or more, like
Yep.
usually, like and it's easier because just the way the internet and getting it to people, and also scaling because your costs are fixed up until a certain point. But like, dude, like most businesses, like, dude, if you were a boomer running your business, your freaking business store in like 1985, dude, you were hoping to make like 20-25% profit margins, and like it was harder to, I think it was easier to make money initially, but it was harder to make money like long term. Now I think it's the opposite, and Tate talks about this a little bit.
Yep.
It's harder to make money initially, which, okay, guys, real quick though, UGC, if you can get over the embarrassment, if you get over all the stuff, dude, you can literally like make 10K a month in the next like 3 to 6 months. I'm not even joking.
Literally.
It took me with my model, I started in end of May. May 12th, 2025, the date I will never forget, the day I found SideShift, the app that I get all these gigs on. And this isn't even a plug, like this is what I used. There's a million agencies that you can go to, Fiverr, I mean, a million different ways you can do this. But the reason I'll remember that date is because the day I was wearing my cap and gown walking at graduation, and I showed my roommate, and I took action and he didn't. And he got an offer for $500 at 20 videos. $25 a video, and he didn't do it. He's working in an internship, and that's fine if he's stoked to do that. But bro, like he studied entrepreneurship.
Yep.
Like he got a degree in entrepreneurship. So like, all this to say, basically, you can make quick. You can make it pretty quickly, especially if you are willing to show your likeness, because a lot of people aren't. Goes back to like being able to do what other people aren't willing to do. People can't get over the cringe and the embarrassment part, but like, bro, literally, like once you get like success, you literally won't. You shouldn't give a fuck anyway, and that's when like the success will come, because like it'll reflect off of like the devotion to like, yo, I'm in this to be in this, and then like you all the success, and then it's all just like, yo, this doesn't even matter, like this is just what I'm doing. So that's just that. But it is harder, it is just more competitive, there's more people, and there's also just like we have unlimited knowledge and everyone can do it, so everyone has it, but it's also like, so getting the ball rolling can be difficult to get active income.
Yep.
But once you do have it, I mean, bro, especially with everything right now, wealth transfer, all the inflation, like the reason the market's up 16 something percent, like half of it's to do with inflation. Like it really is. So like my Robinhood's at 16%, but if inflation's at 10%, I'm really up 6%. So like that's something to consider. Will it matter in the grand scheme of things? Probably not. Like, if you're running an online business already and you're having success, and just in this space in general, see it going nowhere. If you're in this or you're starting UGC now, even in 2025, you're early to the game.
Yeah.
Like, you all come back to this in 5 years and be like, yo, like then everyone broke is like soon. I don't know if it's going to be like other stuff, but like, that's also why, like, I just growing in the space, I'm so for, because like, I don't want to be like someone who's trying to do the courses like everyone else is. Like, I want my own thing. Like, I want, and it will be valuable. Like, I mean, because I have done this myself and I can like break it down. And if you have the results yourself, usually just course sellers, they don't like practice what they preach. And so like, that's like a big thing. Like I have no intention whatsoever, especially with my biggest client, of stopping with them. Even if they tell me like our contract's over, I'll still post for them, because if I'm gonna get monetized from TikTok and YouTube, like that's still money. And and I like making the videos, like, and what I mean? So that's like just besides the point,
Bro,
but
I have
yeah,
I have a lot to say. I
yeah,
had to build a course because people were vying for my time and asking me to teach them, and I kept having to cancel on people to actually meet my deliverables to run my business. So I was like, dude, let me just pre-record this so like you can just learn all of it on the side and then ask me questions at a high level. And once you know what you're doing, and I can help with that. To go back, not financial advice. I'm not a legal advisor, or tax consultant, or consultant professional, but
I'm not as well,
yeah.
by the way.
No, no.
I should have said that.
You're good. But dude, so like I have multiple S corps. My vehicles I don't own. My business owns them. My media company owns all the brand entities of all my social media presences. So all revenue coming in through there is all through a business, through a multi-member
Yeah.
S corp, and then I pay myself. My net taxable income for personal property associated with my social security number is always as close to $12,000 annually as possible, because personal income tax is the highest taxable rate. So I don't own anything. I don't need to own anything. I don't make any money because I don't need money, because my businesses are making money. Again, consult a professional. Learn this whole structuring, and I've been doing this 9 years, right? Also,
Mhm.
I have a job, and my job, I work for a ramp for at Phoenix Sky Harbor for an airline, and it pays $15 an hour, bro. My yesterday was payday. I got a
Dude,
$455 check. Let me tell you, bro, what's
bro.
so hilarious. Now I've gone to Europe 3 times in the last 6 months, so like
Mhm.
the flight benefits make it worth it. But when I'm there, it's a digression from the current topic of conversation, but I don't understand how people are surviving just off of this job, and then like they're not doing anything else. I don't understand it. But dude, literally the other week, 2.5 weeks ago, when I was recording, I spent an entire day, like 14 hours straight, locked in at the computer, recording my course modules. And at the same time, I had listed a bunch of stuff on Facebook Marketplace of products that I received for negative money. I got flat rate fees to record them as well as commissions. And I made $730 in a day in cash just selling stuff around my house that I got for free. So like, and that's not even one of my income streams. That's
Yeah,
literally
that's just like a
that's
hustle,
just a
basically.
side thing that I was just doing just for giggles, because I don't have space for all this stuff that I'm getting. So and by the way, guys, money's not the goal. Okay, it's a prolific quality output, a PQO, from the results of doing the work. But just a little bit of motivation for you. Basically, if you just keep going down the path, developing your skills and doing it, very soon, if you win enough days in a row, you'll be living in a completely alternate reality that is incomprehensible from what you were living previously. And I do want to make a huge left turn here because I know you have insane value to provide on this, and I do too. We're the good, the bad, and the ugly. We're talking way too much about the good. We're making this sound way too sexy. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
bro, I love my life. I have no complaints. I'm super grateful for where I am. But low key, my life sucks, bro. Like any normal person that looks at my life, we're both, we're both a little bit, we're a little bit of psychotic, right? I'm
yeah.
down to
No,
get up
for
at
sure.
3:30 in the morning and work until 10 p.m. where I'm crashed out. I have no energy. I like that. That's fun. I'm building my future, but like I don't have a life. I don't have a social life. I don't have friends. My version of fun is literally going to the gym and destroying my body as hard as I possibly can. That's my fun. And I'll have some conversations in there. But it's like the lonely chapter, the dark night of the soul, or the valley of the shadow of death, or what is referred to as the lean years. Let's talk about this, bro, because it's not all shiny rainbows and sunshine. The
Mhm.
entrepreneurship, if I could dissuade you from getting involved in entrepreneurship, it's the hardest thing you will ever do. Not making the money or building the business, but specifically burning off all the character traits in yourself that are not serving you towards being the type of person that has that business and makes that money. It's the becoming that is actually hard, not the
Mhm.
doing. And so let's talk
Mhm.
about this, bro. What like go?
I would say yeah. So definitely focusing on the person you want to become. Like that's an active. That has to be like a very active thing in your life. Like as far as your aspirations, what you want, and you can drive yourself crazy doing it. I mean, dude, like I'll have nights. And again, yeah, like I'm crazy like this. Like again, if you're working, you can get very tired again working 8 hours, but like you know, you might be able to push yourself. But like, I mean, yeah, dude, all nights. Let me, I'll be a little honest, bro. Like, dude, you want to know how, dude? I've been up since. Okay, hold on. Let me,
Sometimes days last 3 days.
so yeah, so okay, so I mean, I feel good now because I took I'm on energy drinks and stuff. And I'm chilling, but um, but I am on like a weird cycle right now with my sleep schedule, and because sometimes I'll flip. That's what I love about this job though, because I can work whenever. Because I'll work at like 3 in the morning. I was working, bro, dude. I did 10 TikTok shop videos to like last night because I Side Shift is doing they're doing like TikTok shop stuff now. So they got us on a campaign with like a higher thing to like to open some more doors with that. And so it's NeuroGum. So
Dude, I've got
so like I'm
NeuroGum
selling
right
NeuroGum
here,
and shit.
bro. I just did a
Yeah,
brand deal with them 2 weeks ago.
yeah, like they're and NeuroGum sick. But guys, like I mean, yeah, I will be up. I've had many 24-hour days. Um I will continue to have 24 hours. And that's just sometimes because like I'll like, dude, when I'm sitting and working, I'm just working, bro. Like, or I'm just like in the midst of it. Like, that's why it's like, dude, when I'm in the middle of something, I don't like to get like, I'll be like, hey, let me get all this stuff done and then call whoever I need to call, like, or my brother or whatever. Um, because like you're just locked in, you're wired in. But yeah, guys, like, there's no playbook to this. So like, if you can't put yourself in a position where um every day like you're gonna have to make choices essentially like that you don't know the answer like what the right thing to do is like, but you just need to look at it. The whole point is like you're gonna look at it from face value or whatever, or like long, however you critically think. Like critically thinking is like huge in this. Like it literally is probably the make or break of all entrepreneurs, because you like you're not gonna, there's no oracle, okay, unless you buy a course and like you can talk to them. But even then, bro, like your business model is not going to play out the same even in the same niche as someone else. So like you need to be willing to get something, like react to it, okay, and then be able to problem solve at the same time. For example, okay, I'm running an agency. I manage 30 creators right now, and 15 on one deal, 10 on another. I don't even have all of them yet. Because dude, I get them. Be on the Google Meet. Okay, dude. Let me give you a great example. You have a Google Meet. You need 10 creators. You're getting paid $22.50 a month, $2,250 a month, plus like a CPM deal to manage these creators. All right, you need to get 10 creators. Like, okay, you have a kind of an idea of how to get them. You talk to 10 people on Google Meet. Cool, 10 creators, done. Okay, 5 of them ghost you. What do? Go. Like that's every day basically. Like what do you do? Go. Like there is no time to basically like think about what you need to do. Like you just need to take action. And like again, like that's just all it is. Like you can make better choices than others, but like you're just constantly going to be learning. And if you make a bad choice, like you'll learn one way or another. And hopefully some choices are more expensive than others, like as far as losing money, that's where the risk is. And, like, so like, there's no guarantee, bro. Like you're not guaranteed anything. And so, if you're not willing to, but like on the other hand, like you have a skill set that, no one can take away from you, but like you need to be confident in yourself and have that conversation with yourself, do a lot of self-reflection and like understand internally that like, yo, I'm going to learn something and like continue to build on it and give 100% every single day instead of giving, however much, maybe on some work days, job days, you do, 100%. But then some days you can do 30% or 20% and still get paid the same. And that's just not the case. Your business stops when you stop. And like, it's just like, that's just what it is. So, if you are willing to sacrifice for just, dude, like, but sometimes it's not even sacrifice, and it's all relative, because it just depends what you want. Um, for me, like I get a lot. I think what we do is very fruitful. We get like it represents a lot of what we what we put into it. At least right now, you can say we get out of it. Obviously not all the time. Like, dude, some of these deals that I'm managing, like, dude, I make easier money like creating content than like managing these creators. But what I'm getting out of it in that's not in monetary value is in skilled value as far as experience managing creators. Like, dude, I have one deal right now. It's an Indian real estate company that wants to sell Indian real estate through UGC.
Yep.
Okay, guys, like this is probably the like the far end of like UG, like, dude, who the fuck is buying UGC, like an apartment on UGC? Like nobody. But my goal was like, let me get this as systematic as possible. Get the creators, make the scripts, and yeah, and we've done maybe like a little over, I don't know how many views total we've done, but dude, I did one back to the organic thing, like making scripts feel organic. I did this script. It was like, I wrote this one. It was like, what did I say? I said, oh, because Trump canceled the visas, I have to move back to India. I have to move to India with my fiance, and we're living at this apartment complex. That was the script.
That's
And dude,
fire.
it did like 65K. Like the dude just did like a 65K. So like, but like now, does that convert to leads? That's where like on that side, it becomes less about like, hey, how does your video perform? And then it's like, okay, how does this video actually reflect into generating income for the business? Because dude, if you guys don't think you're prepared for entrepreneurship, it's one thing. Like if you think you can't handle like, oh, like I'm afraid of the embarrassment of like making a video, like whatever. Okay, dude, it's one thing to make a video and it's like, okay, cool. Like I'm getting paid this much for a video. And like, if it does well, I get paid. Cool. If not, like, no skin on my back, like, like no risk basically. Like other than if you actually care about the embarrassment or whatever. It's another thing when a brand gives you 20 grand and says, hey, like you need to turn a profit, like, or else they're going to lose money. So like, if a brand gives me, if a brand gives you 10K and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to take, a couple grand for my agency fee and then the rest of that's going to go towards creators, then like, yeah, you need to be, you got to onboard the creators, you got to manage the conversations, creators aren't answering, you got to write up the creative briefs. Dude, I've worked more harder on this agency and I made less money than content. And that's fine because I'm learning skills and like, this is all going to play into teaching people how to do this, learning more about myself. Like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. and like just growing as like just a skilled person in any endeavor that you can, you're willing to conquer. And managing people is a very valuable skill. And so guys, this game, even though UGC is a low hanging fruit, depending on how hard you you can just make the videos, and you like, it'd be very contingent because content can be very volatile. But like if you want more, chances are like it is going to be harder than you could ever imagine. And like it sounds easy when you're just saying it, like, okay, yeah, it's hard, it's a grind. But no, it's like, dude, when you're staring at the computer and you're like, bro, when am I gonna make money from this? Or like when, like TikTok Shop, like if you're just starting, like, and if you do something for a certain amount of time and you've made nothing, but you keep going anyway, like that's kind of insane. Like your body's probably gonna tell you like, yo, like what are we doing? Like we're wasting our time. Somebody dude, somebody like my dad would say like, yo, you're wasting your time.
Yep.
But like in reality, guys, you are building a skill that like it might take 3 months, might take 6 months, might take a year. But if I told you, hey, like it's gonna, I think I said this earlier, like it takes you 6 months, but then after that you're gonna make 10K a month, but you're gonna make nothing for 6 months, And so like most people aren't willing to do that. I think it just is just that mindset shift of like, yo, it's all or nothing. You're building something. The internet's really made that like clear though, like as far as like what how this world is set up. Like really not in your favor. Guys, if you are working a job, like you are just at a disadvantage. With the opportunities that are at hand and how much money, dude. The dude that's 18 years old making 20K a month. I mean, dude, as soon as someone's making that, like you're compounding the person by 4 if they make 5K a month. Okay. I look at it as like, dude, I made 30K a month. Okay, cool. That's 5K a month for 6 months. Okay. So like I look at it for a second, just to give like a different perspective, but like guys, like you can't compete. So it's also just like, are you willing to stay up for a day or days and you're tired? Like, bro, I've been so exhausted the past couple of weeks, like getting the stuff together. But dude, now I'm going on this trip tomorrow. I'm so excited. And I'm like, I got all this stuff done. Just had a call with the guy and he's like, even though I don't have, because I have 6 to 7 creators like that are ready to go for this campaign. Like, he wants 10, but like we're having a tough time because he is paying me $4 CPM and then my rate. And so what I did, because the bottom line is, dude, most UGC creators, especially the younger ones, they want like a base. I mean, even older ones. I mean, you want a base rate, like you want some sort of like assurance that you're getting something, ideally, depending on what you're getting. And so, like, especially newer creators, it's like, okay, well, dude, not a lot of people want to work for just commission, and at least on the get go, unless they're really determined. If we're talking about if we're talking about a dime a dozen, most people aren't going to be consistent with content anyway. And so, with the CPM deal, so what I did was he gave me $4, I gave them $2 with $100 CPM or $100 base, and so I'm getting people. I've got to check the thing, so I will check that later. But like, these brands are still learning. That's another nice thing, is like these brands are still trying to figure it out too. So it's not crazy amount of pressure, but it is like you just gotta show up every single day, and like you can't complain. You can't be moaning about it and groaning about it. You just gotta, like, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be hard. That's why I'm so happy that like I did something so hard and made no money for like at least like an extended period of time, because it really gave me this clear mindset of like, perseverance.
Yep.
And I pray for the opportunity of perseverance, like that's something I pray for a lot. Just opportunity, persevere. I don't pray to persevere because like it's up to me. Like God will only give you the opportunity to do something.
Yep.
And dude, like, so anyone listening, you want to start a business, chances are if you are interested in starting a business, like the bottom line is you can do this. It's just a matter of like, how hard are you willing to work? Are you willing to roll with the punches? And are you willing to understand, like, I hope you're not like gonna, dude, because that's the other thing is like, dude, when you realize, because dude, I don't know how much you got to be making like to be in a rollie and getting all this stuff. Like, but dude, like I swear these kids online that are doing this, like I swear I'm making more than them, but like people will just blow their money and stuff. And I'm just like, well, dude, like I will delay gratification this much. And I encourage everyone to just not give a fuck about any of the like any course seller that's like flexing all that stuff, like at least extremely, obviously, like you got to catch the eye a little bit, but like at least like in an extreme way, and they have no other sort of credibility or it seems very sketchy. Chances are it probably is.
Yep.
But like, you know, because dude, like they might be okay. Well, they're probably like, dude, it's so easy to get a Lambo, bro. Go rent a Lambo. It's fucking, however much a week or whatever. Like, it's not that much. But like, it's not. It's just like, dude, come on, bro. Like, you at the end of the day, you also have to be willing to be real with yourself. The people that are doing that, yeah, you can make a quick bag on the course, but here's the other thing. Okay, it's like, dude, you can have 100 grand, but if you don't know how to spend it, like you might as well be. You can be rich in your pocket and broke in your mind. Like you don't like, dude. My brother saved his way to 100K net worth, and he doesn't know how to like, but he doesn't know how to spend money to make money.
Yep.
And that's a skill. Like, dude, if you have 100K or even 500K, bro, it's a little better, but still, like, dude, money only works as much as you know how to make it work. So it's like, so that learning that is like above all else, like that's why like cash flow is cool. Alex Sedlak talks about this. Cash flow is cool, but especially nowadays, the real sauce is building up a valuation and selling. Like that's really where you're getting the juice. Like 20 million, 50 million, like setting yourself and your generation up for life. And it's possible, bro. There's 18-year-olds making $1 million a month with apps and AI and like actually. Yep. And all you need to do is find value in like something that's going to be useful, and that can be difficult if you're not. You just need to ingrain yourself in something. Like I have something I'm working on that solves a big problem for brands. With like this content, this mass like uploading, and hopefully we'll save them some money, and will also just be easier for creators. Obviously, it depends on the creator and how often you're posting, but all I'll say is like you should be looking to get your content to at least in the personal brand space for sure, to as many platforms as possible, because you just don't know what's going to happen, dude. Like you could have a Facebook post that gets 10 million and you can monetize on. I just turned on monetization for Facebook, bro.
Yeah.
So we'll see like how that shit goes. But like
the
even a couple $100 or whatever.
Sick, bro.
What's up
on Facebook? The Creator Stars program is super sick. You'll be enthused by it.
I'm basically, my thing now with the personal brand is I'm looking at editors, because what I think I'm going to do is I want to structure my content a little better. I'm kind of all over the place, and which is good and bad, but like I want to see, especially if I go like the course way and like the digital asset way, I think structuring more, just storytelling and having it structured a little better, like editing wise. If I just even offset one of my UGC deals with like the editing costs, like I could do that and it'd be, nothing really. So like that's another thing with this, guys. Like you get, as you can do that, then you can compound. Okay, boom. Now you can invest in yourself, in your edit. You know what I mean? Like you can delegate stuff. You're not doing all the work, but you are, spending. Dude, most people's bills aren't over $2-3 grand a month because they're only making like 4. Yep. But guys, when you're making 30 grand a month, you're gonna have bills. Like even if you keep your costs low, like you need money. You're spending that money, hopefully, ideally, on stuff that's going to make you more money. Like, so whether that's like the editing for your content at the very least, or just like, maybe you do buy a course that's like, 10K or whatever.
At some point, what you need to do is you need to shift from working in the business to working on the business, i.e. you're paying to take clerical task load off of your back onto someone that is better than you at it. So your business is doing more by you doing less, but there is a cost to that. So that's where you need to get to.
You need to make a certain amount to get to that point. You can't. And then also understanding especially with some of these quicker business models, understanding leveraging debt, business credit, all that stuff. Highly encourage it if you're smart with it. If it can be very risky, obviously, if you don't understand, if you just go blow money like that isn't yours on stuff that isn't going to make you money, because there's understanding good debt and bad debt. But there's a lot of opportunity, and if you are eager and you are hungry and you are willing to learn and you're willing to know that you don't know anything, like that is where you will grow. Like just understanding that, like I don't know what's going on right now, bro, but like I just want to like do this and I want to learn, and like I'm willing to do things that people aren't willing to do. I'm willing to stay up and like and freaking go through TikTok, right? To go through TikTok shop and or I had to go through TikTok, find college creators that had TikTok shop, because this brand wants 15 creators that will promote their sweatshirt for commission only plus the free sample. And so I'm like, so I have 10 of them that right now. So shockingly, bro, like because I reached out to 70 of them, have 10 lined up with the free sample.
Dude, that's a good conversion rate, low key.
Yeah, bro, that's
fire.
what I think too, dude. Like, and so they're pretty chill. These guys are younger too. So like, I think, if I don't get the 15, I think we'll be all right. And I'm going to make content for them too. They're sending me a sample. I'll make freaking content. I don't care. Like that's guys going above and beyond.
You hired yourself. You
like
hired
just
yourself
commission
to be part of the campaign.
Yeah, I guess. So 11, but to fill that gap, because like, if they're expecting 15, here's the thing, guys, worry less about the money and more about just like, I tell brands all the time, like, especially the ones that now I'm managing. I say, dude, I want you guys to have a successful campaign. That's all I care about. Okay. Like, I truly want you guys to have a good campaign. You're putting your trust in me to like get you guys like conversions or views at the very least. Like, I want it to be good, like, because that value is more to me than like, yeah, okay, cool, you get a few grand. Like, all right, but like, really, it's the learning and it's the outcome of, hey, this dude did 2 million views and we actually converted one organic lead and 3 Spark ad leads. So we have 4 leads total of this Indian real estate company that like everyone thought was impossible. Like, you have something to show for, or hopefully it's something that's a little easier, like that makes a little more sense. But bottom line is like, show like just like do a good job, like be willing to provide value, bro. Like, don't care about the money, and then you'll get paid tenfold when like they're like, this is a person that did show up, that is like professional, that is good, like that is structured, that is like willing to go the extra mile. And now like you'll open up way more opportunity for yourself. But you got to be willing to like just get dirty with it. And I'm big on like, I'll throw myself into stuff that like I don't understand, because the fastest way to like I learn is just by getting into it. And I think that's just anyone. And you just got to be willing to do that. But people aren't willing to admit that they don't know stuff. And if you are, dude, you'll be ahead of everyone. Like everyone that thinks that they know everything, you'll be ahead of them actually, because while they're talking shit, you're doing shit. And there's 2 types of people in this world, and you and you will have something to show for at the end of the day. Like, you show up wholeheartedly, you grind your butt off, and you are like, I have nothing, and like I'm willing to just provide the value. And yeah, you're gonna get paid some. I'd say my agency with all these deals probably do like I think I said like, yeah, like anywhere from like I probably earn like 14 15 like a month, like in revenue. Okay, not profit, revenue. So also understand that if you're like new to business, like revenue versus profit. And so like, like that's a big thing with like a lot of these gurus, like they'll talk about the revenue, especially with like the e-com shit. But it's not like they're making $1. So you know what I mean? Like, it's just like there's opportunity. It's out there. You want to take it, it's all yours. If not, like there's nothing I can do to help you, dude. I'm busy chasing it too. Literally. This guy's busy chasing it too. And we're gonna help you. We're gonna talk about it in things like this, and we're also gonna, have those digital assets. And the people that are willing to invest are gonna like they're gonna capitalize, especially when it's still a very blue ocean. And then the ones that don't are gonna be the ones that wish they did. Usually that's how it goes.
Bro, major takeaways from like the conversation as a totaling. Basically, it exists. It's out there. Opportunity's real. Do it, okay? And do it for longer than seems feasible, even if net results aren't showing up. It may be advantageous to pay to get around someone that has what you want. And by it may be advantageous, what I really mean is you should pay someone that has what you want to learn from them because they have the necessary skills to teach you. And like ultimately there's no such thing as an oversaturated market because most people don't take action. You can spell it to in front of them A to Z and they still won't do anything with it. So whatever it is that you desire, back to success. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. I don't care what it is that you want to do or become. There's a roadmap that can be spelled out that can bridge where you are, who you are today to being that person. And you are perfectly capable of making that happen. With God's help, anything can happen, bro. Bro, do you have any questions? We've been running 3 hours and 10
I know.
minutes, bro.
I know. We're going ham. It's crazy.
This pod's so. I think this might be the best podcast. Like the most value bit. There's just actionable tidbits in here throughout the
Yeah.
whole thing, bro. Do you have, like, what would one message to the world be as a whole that you want to share, or do you have any questions for me? Both, I suppose.
I'll say my message and I'll ask you a question. I This is what I would say. All right. As somebody who, you guys have a college education, I learned everything from what I've done, like action wise. Okay. I did not learn it from college. Not to say college is like, okay, here or there. Okay. Because like, there's a whole talk and everyone wants to be the 18-year-old kid in the Lambo. Okay. Like that's just what people want. Like, the reality is like, like anything worthwhile is going to be very hard. Like if you want stuff that is like that people don't have, you want an extraordinary life. Alex Ramosi says you have to do stuff that is extra. Okay, you have to be willing to do like and if you are working a job, you go home and you work on your business and you get that thing sustaining yourself as quickly as possible. I recommend, unless your job is something it fuels your passion as well. Evaluate yourself, understand yourself. Like, guys, nobody is going to understand, like, for me, for my voice. I know I didn't touch on it as much in this episode, but I'm a singer. I make music. Music industry is very up and down. And, like, it's a very cutthroat, like, complicated industry. It's shifting a lot because of social media. And I realized now, as I encourage all of you to figure out what your voice is, what are your strengths, play in your strengths. All right, like as much as you have passions, play in your strengths because they'll build a foundation that will allow you to express yourself through many different ways, and get good at something you care about. Okay, it can be difficult and it can be hard, especially with so many things and get shiny object syndrome. Once you find something, that's why with content, dude, whether you're gonna pick one thing, whatever. Okay, the affiliate stuff that you do kind of seems like it's all in the same ecosystem. TikTok Shop, Amazon, and that nature of like the product affiliate. Me, I do like the apps and stuff now, like the managing of the UGC organic. Now, like all of this is in the same ecosystem. Okay, like jumping. The only reason I'm doing TikTok Shop is because of this thing with SideShift. But like other than that, like don't bounce around too much. Stick to one skill, learn something, like learn how to do something really well, and show up every single day. And don't let other people just don't let them like determine your like the actions you take. I feel like something that was so big for me, I had to confront a lot of things that made me feel very uncomfortable. Like once I graduated, a lot of personal issues, a lot of family issues, a lot of demons, And if you can confront those demons, that is going to make you just a stronger person, because most people aren't willing to like confront the problems that they have internally that actually play into like their life a lot more, like every single day. It really does. And if you're willing to address those, confront those, and if you are willing to basically just put yourself in uncomfortable situations, you'll become stronger. Uncomfortable can be addressing a parent that you maybe don't feel as appreciated, or it can uncomfortable can be maybe telling a significant other at the time you are planning a bigger picture for something. Or maybe uncomfortable is just doing 24-hour days, like how we just talked about. But if you're willing to do the uncomfortable, it's going to make you stronger. It's going to be easier to address uncomfortable situations as you grow. And really, like from a human standpoint, uncomfortable is like having all these eyeballs on this, guys, is not natural. Okay, like we are not built to have millions of people looking at us. But if you can get over that, which again, that's a skill. It's something you have to actively think about every single day, or just understanding your mind, what you want, get very clear with your target to grow. If you can do that, success is on the other side. And success is whatever you make it. It can be a lot of money. It can be having a lot of sustainability. It can be having just anything that you want in this world can be yours. You can create it. You can build it. You just have to be willing to address the things that are uncomfortable, do the things people aren't willing to do, and take action. Take action every single day. Show up 100% every single day, and the world will be yours, bro. I promise you, it will be yours.
Bro, the method, bro. That's
It
the
it it
method.
it really is the method is like work hard, bro. Like work hard and work smart, and like just like show up and just like learn a skill and learn how to like make that skill a habit every single day. And that's it. And I'm so grateful to have met you, Jake, and I'm so grateful to be on this podcast. Thank you, dude, so much for like having me on here. And I'm grateful just for UGC. And I implore everyone that is interested in it to take action, to like learn more about it, and to just get into posting, even if it's bad. Just get into posting. Jake, a question I have for you now. If you if you, because you're 28, I mean we're both fairly young,
Yeah.
but if you had to go back to your 18-year-old self,
Oh,
or just anyone that's getting into this as well, what would you say? Like, what would you tell them? What would you tell them, like, to worry about, not worry about, like focus on, not focus on as much?
perfect, bro. Perfect. So I can actually segue something that you said into what I say as a response. So you can do anything, but you can't do everything. So,
Yes.
dude, basically, all right, as quickly as possible, get out of the world, bro. Like you can't. Like there's this analogy that there's the fence, and you can like ride the fence, but like Satan owns the fence too, bro. Like you can't have the
Yeah.
world and the fruits of the spirit at the same time. Pick a lane, bro. And honestly, like it's morally ambiguous and righteous indignation to say one path. I mean, I'm not you, so I don't get to pick what's your moral compass. I personally would say that walking the righteous path and trying to live God's way is the best way to do it. But again, find your own path, do whatever you want. But for me, if I was talking to my 18-year-old self, I'd say, dude, you need to get serious faster. Stop screwing around. Stop, like, time is ticking, okay? You have these passions, but you are more concerned with live it up in your early teens or late teens, early 20s. You want to live it up and you want to have a good time and you want to do all these extracurriculars, but ultimately you're not filling your spirit. You're waking up and you're fully disaffected by all the seven deadly sins. You have a hole in your consciousness that is leading you to misery. And what do you think that might be? That might be because you're not finding lasting fulfillment in the doing of your purpose. You know what your purpose is. Everyone genuinely deep down, you do know what your purpose is. You know what your passions are. You know what you're good at, and you know what you like to do. And those things, it's the Japanese principle of ikigai.
Mhm.
which is like the convergence. It's a, multi circle Venn diagram of your passion, your purpose, and what your gifts are. And so your ikigai's right there in the middle. You know what it is. Even if you're not acting on it and you're sort of in unconscious incompetence, you're just dulling your senses with, alcohol or escapism or sex, drugs, money. Maybe it's gambling. I don't know what it is for you, but you're nulling your senses, dulling them because you don't want to face yourself in the mirror and go, hey, this path that of being a meaningful specific might be much, much, much more challenging. But at the end of the day, if I commit to this for 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, a decade, I just might. I mean, everybody wants to go into the fear based modality of, well, what if it fails? Well, what if you asked yourself the positive oriented question instead? What if it succeeds? What would happen if I go down this path and everything that I'm visualizing actually isn't even the end goal? What if the life that I build for myself is more inconceivable than I've been thinking? And that will light a fire under your butt. Get close to God,
Mhm.
and honestly, the beginner mentality of I don't really know what I'm doing. I want to use a, RuneScape or an MMORPG analogy. Dude, I tell people, and we had a discussion about this in the gym. Like, I'm a beginner, bro. I don't know what I'm doing.
Mhm.
I've done $3 million in revenue on the internet in the last 9 years. I have no idea what I'm doing, but that's because the average Joe Schmo walking around is like a level 1 to level 5, and they're just complacent. They're like, I'm good where I'm at. Dude, I'm a level 50 and I have a burning desire in my soul to be level 99 as fast as humanly possible. I want to be level 99 yesterday. So
Mhm.
I'm level 50 and I'm trying to figure out why am I not a level 99 yet? And then there's level 1s and 5s talking about getting blackout drunk at the club, hooking up with this girl in your class. Oh, dude, did you see the game last night? And I'm like, "Bro, you have limited time to actualize your dreams, goals, and visions. Wake up, bro. Like, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to lock in." And also, honestly, I might have taken this, and a lot of entrepreneurs do this. Floyd Money Mayweather said, "I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman," and that's one of the big
Mhm.
perspective shifts that happens when you go from being an entrepreneur to a business person. Like, it's not you clock in for your hours. It's I'm awake, so there's work to do.
Yeah,
And
bro.
that's a big shift, but it does happen. And so I might have taken this to like a toxic extreme where like I can't have fun anymore. Fun is not
Mhm.
fun for me anymore because the fun that I find is delaying gratification and doing the action items that, like, literally I never hit my DMOs to full efficiency every day. Like, there's always more. By the end of the day, there's still more work to be done, and I'm like, well,
Mhm.
I was productive today, so I did my
Yeah.
best. So ultimately, what I would say, I've gone on a tangent, but what I would say to my 18-year-old self is don't be afraid to fail forward and fail fast, because failure is where the lessons are. You
Mhm.
don't really learn that much in the winning seasons. Like, yeah,
Mhm.
cool, it's great, but like that's not where the value is. You're in that winning season because you went through a losing season where you integrated the lessons and then you got to a new high, a higher high
Mhm.
in trading analogies. And that's going to have a pullback, and there's going to be new lessons to integrate, which will lead to another higher high season. So
Mhm.
fail fast, fail forward, keep your expenditures as low as possible, dude. When I did my first 50K month, when I was living in my parents' basement, I was a pothead, and I was just coming off of 2.5 years prior being a large kingpin, well recognized. I was in the proving mode, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna
Mhm.
buy a R35 GTR so that people know I'm actually lit. That
Yeah.
was not the move, bro. Literally 8 months later, I had to file Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Like that.
Shit, dude.
Dude, you raise your expenditures, and all of a sudden your bottom line is a lot higher. You need to stay small enough, long enough, so that you can be big enough soon enough. Play the game. Don't peacock for other people to make it seem like you're doing better than you are. And eventually, when you're my age, you're 28. I've gotten to the point now where I love people making jokes and prying and making funnies that I'm not doing as good as I say that I am, because actually I have a gigantic carrot underground. I'm doing a lot better than I present online.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah. No, for real, bro. Killers move in silence, dude.
dude.
Like killers move in silence, bro. So like guys, stay silent. Like that is huge. That's
So
why like, dude, that's a big thing that I'm like, especially now that I'm like I've hit like the like that I'm like my most I've made so far, like this 30K is like when I'm seeing, how to make 10K a month, how to make 20K, and I'm seeing this dude flex the thing. I'm like, bro, like I'm making that. And like, dude, like I'm not buying that right now because that's not, dude, you just rented it bro, like guys, in all honesty, guys, 20K a month, even 10K. Okay, first of all, 10K a month is like, I feel like, dude, I feel like everyone went to like 100K a month, like just like that. Everyone's making 100K a month now, guys. Like it's fucking ridiculous. 10K. I mean, dude, first of all, anything, you got to celebrate the small wins. 10K a month, like obviously, 10K a month, like that's a good like foundation as far as like, you're moving, especially, depending on where you live and whatever. But bro, like 10K, 20K, 30K, like it, especially when you're doing it month to month, like it's not like a system and it's more like a fish. It's like, dude, it's not that much really. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like it sits there and yeah, you can buy stuff, but unless you're buying stuff to make more money, like as you're growing still, it's just kind of like, whatever. I mean, like, I don't know, dude. Maybe I'm just like, um, maybe I'm just like, because I like the nice stuff, but like, I don't know, dude. Just seeing these people flex this and like talk about it, and I'm like, now that I'm like it's my reality. I'm just like, yo, like, dude, like, this really is bullshit. Like somebody, like, there's so much bullshit out there, guys. So just be careful who you get your info from.
Not only
Um,
that, it's just not even that cool. Like, bro, I have an ungroomed beard, long, tangible hair. I wear literal clothes from Amazon that I got in brand deals. I'll wear them
mm,
until they have like holes in them. I wear flip flops everywhere. Like, it's the opposite. Like,
yeah,
I would prefer to be initially perceived when I meet someone as a bum until they hear me speak and they're like, wait a second, this guy knows something about something. And I'm like,
yeah,
yeah, bro,
yeah,
I'm the real one. The guy that's dripped down in chains and is like, yeah, bro, I make $1 bajillion a day. It's like, dog, who are you trying to impress, bro?
the person who's the loudest is usually, I don't know what that quote is, but it's like the one he who's the loudest is you know, probably like is usually the most insecure,
Yeah.
and so yeah, dude, people are trying to impress whatever. And not to say that like there's people that are doing, crazy numbers and buying that cool stuff and obviously like getting attention somehow, understandable with like internet, but dude, to like if somebody like if you've never really heard of them before, which like granted people can just pop up because like internet, like you could never hear someone and then they pop up. But um you'll know if they're practicing what they preach, and you'll know like, okay, did they make all their bread from this, or did they, because the reality is they've made enough from it where they can now go, they're comfortable with teaching it to other people, because they have the foundation. Because guys, if you have a gold mine, like you're not telling anyone, like that's just the cold honest truth. At a certain point, if and also if you don't have that confidence in yourself to be like, yo, like I know what I'm doing, I want to tell you what I'm doing because like I want to help, and I'm confident. I already have the skills. Like I'm not me telling you doesn't take the skills away from me. It actually makes me better. Like understanding that, but there's just like, dude, I mean, like some kids will hit 20K a month on TikTok shop 1 month and then like go to try sell a course. And it's like, dude, this kid's been doing it a month or whatever, 2 months, 3 months even. And like, you know, if they can talk about it good and break it down good, then like, okay, perfect. But like, chances are, they had a good month and then they're just like trying to get more money from that, and then they're going to do good on paper because like they're making money from that. And it's just like, it's unfortunate because it gives shit to people that do provide value because there's so much value out there. That's the only thing that sucks. That's like the biggest thing that sucks. I mean, it's not the only thing that sucks, but it's the biggest thing that sucks. And um, just it deters a lot of people away from making money because they're not going to spend money. And for me, like I'm now starting to be comfortable, especially because like I enjoy talking about this a lot, and B, because I've had success and I've been able to learn a lot, especially recently, like especially with this, like I feel like I learn more doing the hard shit. Like you learn so much within like a day, like days compound so much information because you're absorbing so much shit.
Yeah.
Um, especially with my brother, like the differences of like how we view stuff, and the deals he takes, he thinks he wants and whatever, versus just taking whatever, like me,
Yeah,
and I'm
bro.
just like,
Learn like
yo,
going from the learning initially for yourself, then the doing, and then the teaching. The teaching is a whole different skill. Like the first time I tried to teach someone user generated content, they had to slow me down. They're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You're dropping so many vocabulary words that
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
even know what you're talking about, bro. Can you go slower?" And like, it's
yeah,
a total different skill, bro.
bro. It's like, yeah, you gotta dumb it down. I mean, I gotta see, like, I'm gonna look into some things on like trying to format something. I have no idea where to start with like selling a course or doing any of that. But now, because I understand this and because I've made essentially probably the money that is expected as far as like being knowledgeable, and I actually made it, and I know I made it, and it is insane. Like, I mean, it is insane, but it is also like, dude, you're not going to make 10K a month and not understand how you did it. Like, you're going to know how you did it, bro. Like, I used to think like, dude, I made 10K a month, like, damn, it'd be crazy. Like I can't even imagine it. And then it's like, dude, you do it and it's like, oh, like that's how I did it. Like, it's surprising, but it's also like not, because you know what it took to do it.
Yeah,
Like,
bro.
and same thing with 20, 30, and I imagine above.
Bro, that
Like, not just
applies
magically appear in your bank account.
that applies to every area of human endeavor. You don't go up to a bodybuilder, a guy that's doing calisthenics in the gym that's absolutely yoked, and you're like, "Yo, bro, what was the regimen? Like, what got you here?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. I just showed up and jogged a little bit, did some push-ups, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
he
bro.
knows what he did,
No,
you know."
exactly. Like, to a certain extent, obviously people, especially younger, can be more talented, but dude, talent can only go so far, and that's the thing with just anything, dude. Talent can only go so far. You got to be willing to put in the work. For me, like, I am a talented singer and songwriter, but as far as playing the artist off the stage, I want to play to the crowd, but you got to play to the people when you're not on stage.
Bro,
And
sorry to
I'm
interrupt.
like
Do you
more
have
independent.
you
Yeah,
have more time? Like 20 more minutes?
yeah, I'm
Bro,
good.
all right, bro. I want to touch it. I want to touch this. Okay, so your creative hobbies, because
Okay,
I talked about this in like 20 minutes, bro.
yeah,
We're finally coming
no,
full
you're good.
circle, bro. All right, you are a musician. I want to talk about what kind of music you make. What got you into that? Like, what led you to nurturing that passion? And what's the overarching like 5 year, 10 year vision with this as your creative endeavor pursuit?
Mhm. Okay, yeah. So I started. Okay, so I grew up. So first of all, music I make right now is like country rock music. I'm gearing more into the rock era, like kind of my voice, building that, and I'll kind of touch on um, how my like creative journey with that has gone, because essentially I grew up. I love singing, and I sang, just like by myself, a little bit in school. Um, I had I'll explain more than that in a sec, but basically didn't grow up with any musicians. Nobody played music growing up. No one in my family plays music. I learned now my mom she always wanted to be a singer. Um, so like me and her share that. And but I taught myself how to play guitar. I love singing. Like, it's really like it's my favorite thing to do. It's very vulnerable thing to do, sing. And especially growing up, bro, like you can be like yo, or are you gay, bro? It's like, no, like, I just like to sing, bro. Like, but all those kids, everyone's doing show tunes, and I'm just like, yo, bro, I just want to sing. Like, I just want to sing. Like, I just like to sing. And I wasn't as into like choir. I didn't do choir or anything. Like, I had friends, I was big into sports. Um, and I got into, I had a moment in, this is why you guys shouldn't give a damn what other people think, because I had a moment, dude. This will be in the movie like down the line, because it will happen one day. I when I was in middle school, if you guys have anything like creative. This is why like just there's a whole world out there. So don't let like people discourage you, because when I was in middle school, bro, I remember I posted a Vine of singing, and like because Vine was big,
Yeah, bro.
and kind of like how TikTok's big now.
Yo, side
And like,
tangent. Side tangent.
yeah,
Sorry to interrupt
yeah,
you. Back
there
when
you
I
go.
was in high school, I was a viner, bro. Like
No shit.
I was known for vining. Yeah, bro.
Damn, bro. How
I
was it?
I
Like,
peaked out at 16,000 followers, so it's not like crazy, but
oh,
like,
okay, but
but
no, bro.
but this was at the beginning of Vine. Like I was up on the algorithm with Logan Paul and Jake Paul. Like
Damn, dude,
I
that's
was
fire.
very known.
That
But
was
then
before the algorithm was even called the algorithm. It was
literally,
just
bro,
like,
literally. But
damn, dude, that's
I didn't when they shut down the platform. I didn't make the smart play. I wasn't wise enough to know, hey, I need to vertically integrate this to another social platform. So
yeah.
I messed up.
I mean, it's
But
hard. Like, I can't even imagine. I know there's probably a lot of talent that like got diffused like throughout that whole transition just because of Vine. Like, really was ahead of its time.
yeah,
Like with everything. I mean, I honestly think TikTok, China probably saw Vine, and then they were like, "Yo, like, we need to make this bigger." This, but for everything, not just like comedy.
yeah.
Um, they like singing vines, and so it was like I posted one and like got made fun of, and like, which is whatever. But what really did it for me, what made me not want to be involved in music for a while, was I remember I walked into class one time. I swear, bro, this is like one of probably the most insane things that ever happened in my entire life. Changed my life, and I didn't let it change it for the better, because I was, you're 11, 12, you're 13 years old. Um, but I remember I was in class with one of my best friends at the time. He was like in my friend group. There's like four of us, and I remember I went to the bathroom, and it was like class was about to end, like school was about to be out. I walked back, and I sang the song "Locked Away" by Adam Levine, and on mine, got made fun of, deleted it, whatever. That I could deal with. I could live with that. What I couldn't live with was when I walk into an English class with 10 minutes left in school after coming back from the bathroom, and 30 kids start singing that song. Like, I don't know what my friend said to them, but like, dude, I swear, I walk
As
in
like a
and
bit to try and make fun of you.
yeah, to make fun of me, bro. Dude, like 20 something kids. I mean, maybe not everyone did it, but bro, like everyone did it. Like the entire class started singing it. And I was like, yo, what the F, man? Like, I was devastated. And that really destroyed my confidence as like a creative, as like I wanted to be a singer. I signed up for a vocal class when I was a freshman, but I was so scared because I had the same friends going into high school that like I dropped it because, again, cared what other people think. Who knows what would have happened. So guys, like, take that like from me, please. Don't let other people determine your thing. And it's really tough when you're like younger. So like, don't be too hard on yourself. If you have let that happen to you, but as you get older, you know, if you're past the age of 18, like you're an adult. You're legally an adult, and like you can make your own choices, and you are responsible for your own choices, whether you let other people determine them or not. So like, even if a parent or someone tells you to do one thing, if you listen to them, you're as responsible as they are. They're not responsible for telling you that, like, and you did it. You're the one that took the action to do it. So just understand that as well. Like, you will make your own decisions at one point, and you'll be responsible for them no matter what. But that happened to me, and so I got into high school. I taught myself how to play guitar. I wasn't very confident, like playing and stuff. Um, I went to college at University of Nebraska Lincoln for a year, Cornhuskers, if you guys know college football, and and I basically, make a long story short, I was gonna go to community for a year, transfer to Arizona State, where my dad lived here in Peoria, and and uh, but then I was like, last minute, I had good finances. I was like, screw it, I'm just gonna go to Lincoln, whatever, like, because I don't want to miss out on a year of college. Um, and then what ended up happening was I couldn't get as involved. I was locked in my dorm room. My neighbor was my ex girlfriend at the time, my dorm neighbor. And then we were like having a thing, and she was into music, and she was like, she knew I could sing, and she always wanted to go to Nashville, but she just like played piano and stuff. She didn't sing, and she was like, "You are good at this. Like, if you want to do this, you should do it." And so I got back into music. I threw myself out there again. I did an opener. It was like, again, most uncomfortable thing I've ever done in my entire life, like scariest thing ever.
And
Even
and
though like looking back, it's
and
not a
all
big
it
thing.
took was
Yeah.
one person to speak life into you, bro.
Yes,
A-
bro.
a-
Seriously, like and she was, and it sometimes it does take that, and especially my family. I mean, now they're stoked about it, but at the time, when you're not that good, like they don't really believe in you. Which there's no crystal ball. They're just looking out for you. Like at the end of the day, your family when they tell you stuff, they're usually just looking out for you. But you can't let that. You got to take the risks. So like you can't always you just can't always do what they say. But basically, she told me that I could sing, and she believed in me, and told me like where I could do my first opener. And so I did my first opener, played 6 songs. Scariest moment in my entire life, like sweating, like just like so scared. Played. Um, and then from there, I was doing more openers, doing a lot of country. I just played acoustic guitar. Came out to Arizona, started doing shows, hour shows. I did a 3-hour show in 2024. First 3-hour show. It was probably my second. Yeah, it was my second year into music. Like on the date, February 13th, 2024. Um, was February 13th. Or I'm sorry, not February 22nd, 2022 is when I started. February 22nd, 2024, I had my first 3-hour gig. I got more into music. I'm a very raw, soulful singer, um, and I do very well in person. Now with social media, I was struggling, and it is a very music in general is just a very um, it's just a very big creative pill. And so for me now, especially how I see this and how I can form myself, and I stand on business, bro, and everyone ought to stand on business, and in music, like you're relate like in business for everyone listening, guys. Three things determine how successful your business is going to be. Okay, your skills, your knowledge, and your resources. And your resources are dependent on your resources are or relationships. I'm sorry, your relationships slash resources are dependent on your relationships to people and your relationships to money. You have money in a business, you can scale way faster. Same thing if you have relationships. And in music, relationships are like everything because, especially as an artist, you don't have any money. It's extremely difficult for an artist to monetize, actually.
Real quick to broaden that, so that to not lose anyone, I'd
Yeah.
substitute resources for resourcefulness.
Yeah.
Because that's not the same thing. And like resourcefulness, like you might not have the quote unquote resources, the finances, the
Mhm.
time, but
Yeah.
someone in your network that's a relationship you've nurtured
Exactly.
can help you with that.
Exactly. 100%. Well said, bro. Well said, Jay. Basically, I learned that so I was playing. I done some competitions out here, um, and I I was like, okay, well, I had a really good relationship that unfortunately went south because of the way I was looking at myself with music and what I wanted, um, and uh, and then as I got out of that relationship, I kind of took a step back and I was like, well, what do I want? What do I want to do as a creative, as a businessman? I want to be able to conduct business, but like everyone I'm around, like artists, bro, like dude, if you're like, and I'm not even saying this, bro, but like artists, you will, if you're a singer and you're good, you will threaten other artists. And like, if they're the piece between like getting you in X room, like, then like you're cut off on that end as far as like a resource. Okay. So like that's not as important, but attention's huge. Okay. And um, I would say my talent doesn't show as like the rawness doesn't come through as well on the camera, like just with the new age we're in. And that's a total thing. I mean, people are going to get lost in that aspect of this new era. Um, and I just told myself, I said, hey, like, dude, for one, and then also I got put with I used to think I had to play to my voice. Now that I work with a coach, I know that I control my voice, and I see a parallel that I saw when I was 14 years old, and I knew that um, I knew like I could be a good singer. It just didn't sound good yet. Like I knew I had the potential though. Like I felt it, bro, and envisioned it, like God's vision. Like that summer, like the summer of going into ninth grade, I was like, bro, I want to be a singer, like so bad, dude. I want to be on, America's Got Talent, like playing all eyes on me, bro. And um, but you know, I see this now with as I build my dynamic now and I have more control over my voice. I'm like, okay, hold on, dude. I have the opportunity now, especially with this. I've got the music as far as singing and songwriting. Like, songwriting is newer to me and developing it, but I have a knack for I just love to write in general and just that creative side. And like, that's why I like writing the scripts and stuff. But I'm like, okay, I've got this music side down. Music in general, industry, you're going to play the game way more, like 99% of it's not music. Okay. It's everything else. It's really a big PR kind of game.
Yeah.
Um, and social media is huge for that. And so I'm like, yo, this UGC stuff, I get the opportunity to learn how to make social media videos. Okay, like how to be comfortable on camera. Like I got to develop that anyway. I can make money. I need to develop my voice a little more. I'm only 22. I'm like, dude, my voice is the type of voice like Chris Stapleton, Chris Daughtry. Like these guys were older when they were, breaking into the industry anyway. We're getting away from labels and stuff like that, and we're getting more into the independent artist era. Um, and I'm just like, well, dude, I need more of a solid foundation. I still play. I just played at a show last week, Friday. I played in Gilbert.
Yeah.
So I'm still playing. I'm just like, dude, I'm taking more of like a creative approach because I truly believe in this, opposed to like I used to be like trying to chase this thing and whatever stardom, but like, dude, other thing is like, bro, a lot of artists are just so broke, like even when they're famous. And I'm like, dude, what's the point of getting that to the end of my business, the pinnacle of my business, if all I'm gonna be is like the face of it and not have any ownership? And
Yeah.
we're getting towards like this independent artist anyway. And like I really believe that I have like the ability to like the cognitive ability to like be able to conduct a business like that. I just need more like resources, like foundation wise, like voice, and then like as I have more um financial backing to be able to like put into this and just discover who I want to be as an artist. That's a big thing, is just understanding the creative message you want to convey. I was like, you know what, dude, I thought a very ignorant take that I used to have was like the good singers make it and the bad singers don't. And the truth of the matter is it's it's such a culmination, and we're in such an era where things are changing so much that I'm still a baby to like presenting myself as a musician, as a singer, and as a creative. Like with that aspect, I'm like, some of these guys that might not be as good as singers as me, are better at instruments, which like that adds value in music because you can play, you get more, you have more opportunity to monetize because
Yep.
you can play, backing and gigs and play shows and bands and whatnot. Like I can't do that. Like I'm just the singer.
Dude, and one thing I need to add that's so prevalent, and it calls back to literally what was a value piece we talked about maybe 15 minutes in, the fact
Mhm.
that you have to have something that maybe not necessarily is your passion in order to scale so that you're outside of the financial matrix, which at
Mhm.
which point you can focus on your creative passions, right? Like music, the industry is it's cutthroat and it is carnage, and the only way, the fastest way to get critical mass and get to the point where it is your full livelihood is to go with a what in UGC terms would be called an agency, but just go with a record label that is taking predatory amounts of your IP ownership for
Yeah, bro.
perpetuity forever. So you hit critical mass, but you really just gave away part of your soul. And so like you are at the place and scale where your creative passion, you're able to nurture and grow and scale that, not sacrifice anything, keep the creative endeavor in-house with you, and not be stressed financially about it. How are we going to make these things work? Because a lot of the whole ethos of the starving artist, you get to sort of parallel that and not do that at all. Your business
Mhm.
is one thing, and you get to build and scale and grow your creative passions because you've built something that allows you to be outside of the financial matrix, and you can build and focus on your passions, not from a place of lack. So crazy, so
Yes.
beautiful.
Thank you, man. That, and I think that just in creative in general, bro, like you need to get to a point of financial security, like to be able to even play, and so like to be in that play mindset. I talked to his name's Gordon Saran. He lives out here in Scottsdale. He is involved in real estate now, but he was the music director for Nickelback for 16 years. What songwriter, uh, pub deal with Warner Records. Like, I mean, made it as far as everything other than an artist, but everything else. I mean, music director for everyone knows Nickelback, bro. Um, and he, came from an era of like a make or break type era. And now it's not like that, but like I'm playing from more of a methodical standpoint opposed to like a passionate standpoint on that regard, just because I actually liked it. I really enjoy singing. And so like I want that, my first ever song I wrote that I released was called Till I Die. And it was about my relationship with music. And it's the fact, and the message in the song was basically music's going to be part of my life till I die. I'll have my voice forever. And that's like that's like the favorite, one of my favorite things that I will have. Nobody can take away from me. And that's why I employ everyone to build their voice, whether, because as much as my voice can be good in music and singing, it can be powerful beyond all measure, like in other aspects as well. And so I employ all of you guys to understand that about yourself. Your voice is one of your most powerful assets, and it costs you nothing other than control, like over what you need to, over your own thoughts. And um, and so for me, and because I had a good relationship that kind of turned sour from it, like having put so much stress on it, um, I realized I'm like, dude, I want to look at this from like a more just methodical standpoint of like, dude, like I'm a creative. I'm standing on business. This is what's going on right now. Okay. We can't play because honestly, dude, if I personally believe with at least the level of talent that I've shown like on stage and just quieting rooms and stuff and what people have told me and competitions I've won, like I think if this was where it was Arab, where it was like label based more, like I think I would be signed to a label.
Yeah.
I think with social media, I mean, dude, the label comes in after you have success now. You're proven, you're already proven. So like, so then if you're smart, you're not even doing like you don't sign with the label, like, or you try to negotiate as much as you can. You have some leverage. You
Yep.
know what I mean? You have leverage that you could create that you didn't have 10 years, even 10 years ago.
and and
Um,
and that goes back to when you have a powerful personal brand built around yourself. You don't even really need a label. What are they because the primary thing a label is going to do is provide you with distribution channels and get you like a baseline sustainability for
mhm.
like viewership. You don't need that. You've got your own pipeline that is bigger than what they're going to provide you automatically right off the rip.
Yeah, exactly. And that too. So that's why I'm like, well, dude, if I focus more on, especially because this needs to be built, it's just not, I can sing very high. But it's just not, it hasn't fully connected yet. Some days it's there, some days it's not. Um, and I'm, it really is just such a parallel between like what I see now. And I'm like, well, dude, like if I keep, now that I know what to work on, like what moves to make and like going every day and being consistent on that regard, it's like, okay, like this in time is growing. I'm seeing changes and I need to grow and I need to be patient. And in the meantime, I'll build my influence. I'll become a savage at UGC. I enjoy this too. I like to be creative. Like I do like this. Like I really enjoy it. And I'm like, okay, well, dude, if I make an influence in this, I mean, it can only be up from here. I'll make more opportunity for myself just in general. I'll have more resources. And then, dude, like, even by the time I'm like 26 or whatever, 27, 30,
26,
whatever,
27. You're a relic at that point.
you know what I mean? Dude, bro, 30, dude, you're not like, you know what I mean? 30, 35, whatever. People are like, so easy to be like, yo, like I'm 24 and my bro, like I'm done. It's like, bro, like this is the first quarter, dude. This is like the
You're
first, like the
you're a
first 5 minutes of the first
you're a
quarter, bro.
6-year-old adult, bro. You're still a
Yeah,
child in adult terms.
literally, bro. Literally. I'm like, so that for me, what's going on for me, like I can't speak for all of the artists, okay? Like the traditional way might be your way. And I know dudes that are killing it right now on social media and crushing it, and it's a lot of work. And I'm just like, okay, well, dude, if I need to build this still and I need the foundation stronger, and like I can, essentially put myself at a point, in the near future that like, I can go play and do whatever and like not have to worry about, okay, what this artist is thinking of me, or going to play for $100 and like then like I fill in for 6 times and then like they never call me back, like stuff like that, like where if I, just you fill in 6 times and then one time I had to cancel, and then which I've never canceled, but this one time it was an emergency, and then like you just don't hear back, like shit like that can happen. And like you're really in the trenches in the beginning, and I'm just like, well, dude, like if I can learn social media, I got this shit on lock. Like I just need more time.
Yep.
And I can, especially on stage, like the in-person stuff will never go away. In fact, it's going to get stronger. Like, as we get more into like, especially the, people can blow up, but it's going to be interesting to see the turnover rate on like artists in general. And again, like it's something I truly believe in. So I'm like, hey, dude, I'll play the back till it's time to play the front. And in the meantime, build a business where I can develop a skill that's going to be important. Like I'm going to have to know how social media works for music. And like, I can't juggle both, bro. Cause you can't, again, you got to chase one rabbit at a time. And you also like, dude, I can't post 2 to 3 times a day of my music and like sustainably right now. I don't have a strong enough foundation. So I need a stronger foundation. And I'm young and I'm like, okay, well, dude, I'm analyzing this and I'm like, okay, like this can be set up in a way where, dude, like this might be the way I make it. I think this will be the way I make it, is like by having this in place, because I truly am somebody that, dude, like I don't know. I know now, I know people because I've been playing, but like, bro, like there are guys uh that I know that are playing, younger than me, that are not even better. Like I'm a better singer, but they might be better at an instrument, or just overall have, again, more resources, like have been in the industry longer, been playing for longer. If they started playing when they were 5, and your mindset and also your family playing, having that kind of support, like I've never had any of that. And so now, because I'm good and I sound good, my family's like, yo, let's go. Or, like my mom mainly, like my brothers they obviously think it's cool. But like it can be whatever for them. No one's going to care about and also, guys, no one's going to care about your business more than you or your mom. Your mom's probably like usually your only person that like will or some parent or someone. But even my dad, like another thing I had to face was some issues that I had with him, and I presented that in like song format, which like is like the most vulnerable thing to do, is to write something like that. And I was able to silence a room with a song like that, and kind of address that and be able to distance myself, because I need to be able to grow in this space. And I can't um, you know it can be quite complicated, but there's I've had family dynamics throughout my life. Those have been my like mental difficulties. I was very fortunate to physically have a lot of privilege, and have a lot of cool things, as far as just some materialistic stuff. I mean, nothing crazy. I never had any nice cars or anything. But like, uh, but as far as just mental, I've definitely gone through the ringer, and I think that's prepared me, all to where I'm at right now. And I think music's one of the most mentally taxing things. And you really, really, really don't. I mean, dude, like it is so hard to scale a business. Like I'm so good at like with this now with the money, it makes sense to me naturally. That's the thing, is like I have a natural understanding, and I did grow up with like, again, like financial literacy was big. So when you're in an industry where everything's based off of not your money, but off of like everything else, it can be very difficult to like just navigate. And so I'm just like, well, dude, like it's not even like I'm gonna have to do this anyway, and I'm not all the work's on me anyway, and I'm not like doing like getting money, and I need more of a foundation. I'm like, dude, like there's a lot of opportunity out here where and I look up to Alex Warren. He was an influencer. Now he's one of the biggest musicians ever. Like
Yeah.
this path is paved now, and he's the only one that's really done it on like a big level. But like we're not going to see the same path like that people had success in music like back then now. Like no, it's going to be like honestly, I won't be shocked in like 10 years that like people that will be big artists like possibly had some sort of either business or some sort of model as well, because like dude, some of the best artists in the world were like in fantastic businessmen. That's why they were so fantastic. Prince, Michael Jackson, like
Bro, one thing that is, I mean, look at Jimmy Donaldson. Like, it doesn't matter what your creative pursuit is. We're seeing in the creator economy, the vertical integration after you've built something becomes substantially easier when you yourself are an entity standalone, right? So, like the personal brand is the most powerful thing because you could be a moto vlogger, say for example, that has millions of followers, and then one day you wake up and you're like, dude, I actually think that I'm like passionate about skydiving, and then you just start skydiving and you're one of the biggest in the industry because you're there, and
mhm.
people aren't following you because you're a moto vlogger. People aren't following you because you're a musician. People are following you because of you.
you so you're just got to be you, like you just got to be a creator, like a builder, like a forager of like just building stuff, and then one of them is like music, and then another thing's like like I mean like I don't know, like you can be into a lot of different things, and especially with the internet, it's made it so easy to be able to learn about a lot of different things. And so I completely agree. And the artists have built, like the best artists build the best personal brand. So for me, I'm just like, dude, like let me build my following, and I'll be able to do whatever I want. That's what I think is so great about learning the skill is like you set yourself up for that. The reason music is so difficult is because or like a lot of artists don't have the success they're looking for, which again, that's determined between any artist. Some artists just want to play music every day, and like if that's the case, like by all means. I see my success in my impact because like I believe I can have a big impact. And um I think as you see yourself as like an artist, as you're growing, I feel like people don't like in this new era, you just have the opportunity to just do so much. And I'm just like, okay, well, let's think about this. Okay, like look at where the world's going. Okay, everything's changing. Okay, like labels are doing like fan accounts for like they're doing fake fan accounts. Like they're doing like the like organic, like how I'm a TA, bro. They're making fake fan
It's
accounts.
called
Okay, like it's the same
it's called the daddy daughter method, and
daddy
it's the
daughter
exact
method,
same
right?
strategy that Andrew Tate did to blow up his brand.
Crazy, bro. Literally, like insane how that dude just absolutely revolutionized social media. And he really did. Whether you agree with him or not, chances are, I imagine people listening to this do, but you can't deny it. He really like pioneered because so many people do clipping, dude. Like WAP, bro, like Clippers, like
Yep.
bro created a whole economy just by like creating himself. And I don't know how he did it, bro. Like, I mean, I think he just, I think he was, I don't know. I think he just
He's
like
just
was very
unlocked, bro.
creative.
He's just unlocked. He's just
Yeah, bro. Like, just, I mean, he really like just changed the world, bro. Like, actually. Um, and I think, yeah, you can just have your influence and you can have best of both worlds. You can get whatever you want. Okay. Like, I'm not in the business to, at least anymore, to have all my eggs in like and be a one trick pony.
yeah.
Like, I'm just not like you can
Bro,
just do
real
a
quick,
lot.
you've heard the expression jack of all trades, master of none. And that's like where people cut it. They think that's the whole expression. The whole expression is jack of all trades, master of none, but always greater than the master of one. Because to
Mhm.
be an idiot savant in 75 different things, if you're 80% proficient in 90 things, you're way better, way more valuable to the marketplace than some guy that's 100% proficient in one thing. Way better.
100%, bro. 100%. I think, and I think it definitely, part of that stems from like, obviously, because you'll dial in on certain things because you can't be everywhere. But like, but um, I don't know. I think it's a lot of like, it just depends what you want as an artist. As well. If you, dude, I mean, like, I just don't know how you can respect yourself and give up and like, dude, like, if you understand like the how like the when once you realize how the contracts work, and it's like, bro, like most of the artists walking in Nashville are doing 95-5 splits like on their deals, and like just like they're putting themselves in positions to fail, like
Yeah.
if you do that. So it's like, dude, how are you going to succeed if you put yourself in a position to fail? Like, so that's the way I see it. And I think if you, even if you're gonna have that vision like higher than anyone else, no one's gonna understand it. So the
You know
artists
your
around
thing.
me.
You know your thing. Like you when you were a kid, you knew, hey, I'm a musician for sure.
Yeah,
Like when I was
yeah.
a kid, I knew I was thinking about the things I'm doing today. So it's like
Mhm.
everybody, you know what your thing is, and you can't let anyone dissuade you from what your thing is. And along the path, it might get, trials and tribulations a little bit more turbulent, but like, you know what your thing is. So keep executing on your thing, and eventually it will be your livelihood.
100%. I think, and I just think you will have control over it. Artists can get to a certain point. You don't have control over your career. And honestly, for me, like, which I will get. I just want a moment. Just give me my second to have my impact on the world, and like with my music, and then like I'll take my audience, to like they'll be with me with my music. But I don't need it. We're drifting away from like pop stars in any way. Like with the algorithm, individual like radio, who knows what's gonna happen to it? But you know, everyone wants to be like the star, but we don't, like, that's not really a thing anymore. I don't think. I mean, there's big stars right now. We'll see what happens in the next 10 years. People are just going to, curate to like individual musicians. Like, I think each musician can make their own career and they can monetize like this, but it's just like you got to develop as a creative first and understand what you want and build that aspect. And then, you know, I, music comes out of you. You can't, I can work on UGC like for 24 hours straight, and I have, and like I'm, that's, and you can do that with a lot of businesses, because like you do tasks, you get output, you see results, whatever, or not even see results, but like just like the matters at hand. But when it comes to music, like, music's coming from source, and it's coming out of you, so you can't force it. You can't sit down and say, okay, hey, like, I got to write 12 songs. It's like, no, like, well, and also like, you write 100 songs and then you pick the best ones or whatever. And so um I don't know, I've got a lot more to learn as like a creative, understanding myself, um and I know a lot less than I thought I did when I first started like music, like in general. And um I I truly believe that my voice is a gift from God, and that's something I can develop, and something that is very natural to me, not nurtured, but is in my nature, and I'll build it. And best thing I can do is just give myself opportunity, and I got to be able to lay the foundation before it's time to play the front. So
Amen,
that
bro.
that's but I'm recording still. It's not cheap to record, so that's the nice thing with the UGC. It's like I get to record and just have fun with it. Um, that's kind of where I'm at right now with it.
Amen. Dude, phenomenal. Dude, closing take, like the ethos I like to live by my life by is artist, athlete, entrepreneur, in that order, because it
Mm.
sort of falls apart separately. Bro, thank you for one. We're gonna have to run this back, obviously, because we
Yeah,
still
no, I'm
have
so
so
down,
much to
bro.
talk about.
Yeah, dude, this is awesome.
But bro, thank you for popping out for this and
Of
staying
course,
longer than we
bro.
had
Thank you,
originally
dude.
shelved this for, because like, bro, value, bro. I'm telling you, I'm
Yeah.
not even exaggerating. I think this is the most value packed podcast I've ever hosted.
Fire, dude. I'm so happy I was able to be on here, dude. Thank you so much. And I hope everyone that's listening, um, if you're interested in any of this, check. We both have followings. You can check out our stuff. We talk about this actively every single day. We're releasing more information, and you you can start. You got a phone. You're listening to us on your phone. You can start this. So the opportunity is in your hands, and I hope you take it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Jake Austin. We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out.